Chapter 115. As long as he beats Brother Yi Qing, it will be the battle between Brother Meng Chong and Brother Yi Chun. Brother Yi Qing should not be able to beat Brother Yi Chun. After all, he lost to Brother Tai Feng. You're right. If Brother Meng Chong is still the champion this year, he probably won't get any good rewards. After all, last time he was rewarded with a low-rank Earthrealm fist art, Shocking Thunder Fist. But if Brother Yi Chun wins, he will definitely get a low-rank Earthrealm martial art. While the crowd was talking, the competition continued. In fact, although the ranking was still uncertain, it was already clear that the first and second place would be either Meng Chong or Yi Chun. The third to fifth place would be Tai Feng, Xiao Yi, and Yi Qing. The sixth to ninth place would be Zhou Ruo, Li Yun, Li Kuang, and Pei Xiaoqing. Qiu Ruodong would be the last. In the first round, Li Yun lost to Li Kuang. In the second round, Pei Xiaoqing lost to Zhou Ruo. In the third round, Yi Qing lost to Xiao Yi. In the ninth round, Meng Chong walked onto the stage. Tai Feng shook his head. I am not his opponent. I give up. Boom. The crowd on the martial field suddenly exploded. Tai Feng had given up, which meant that Meng Chong would fight against Yi Qin in advance. This would undoubtedly be the most anticipated battle of the day. On the east side of the VIP seats, there was a row of teenagers. The oldest among them was only 18 or 19 years old, while the youngest was only 16 or 17. They were all wearing different clothes, but all of them had the unique cloud pattern of the Sky Cloud Martial School on their sleeves. The auras of this group of people were pure and vast. Nearly half of them could contend with Blood Shadow Saber Meng Chong. Some of them even far surpassed Meng Chong. They sat there and talked cheerfully. They were not affected by the atmosphere at all. They gave off an unfathomable pressure. Jingju, who do you think will win? Among them, a handsome teenager asked the teenager with a cold expression. The cold teenager said indifferently, "Boring." The handsome teenager smiled bitterly. "Is there a need to be so cold?" He turned around and asked the teenager in blue, "Brother Luo, what do you think?" The teenager in blue was indeed the second disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, Luo Hanshan. He lowered his eyes, thought for a while, and said, "I think it will be Yi Chun." "Oh, why is that?" The other person beside him looked surprised. Luo Hanshan said, "Meng Chong is like a sharp blade that can cut through anything. However, if it's too sharp, it'll break easily, which makes it less beautiful. But Yi Chun is like a vast lake, immeasurably deep. Since the beginning of the competition, he has been calm and unruffled. Thus, I deduced that it would be a long battle from the start. In the end, Yi Chun would be the one to persevere. Of course, speculations are just speculations after all. They can't be trusted. If we want to determine the victor, we'll have to fight." The handsome youth smiled and said, "Senior Brother Luo's analytical ability has always been very strong, but I feel the same way. Whether the two of them will win will depend on the later stages." The girl in white, who was ranked 8th, suddenly said, "Meng Chong will lose." The first person in line was a slightly older girl with plum blossom embroidery on her clothes. She mocked, "Su Jing, this is the first time I've seen your evaluation." Su Jing didn't say anything. The other people looked at Su Jing with different expressions. Some of them were nervous, some of them were admiring her. She had just become a core disciple last year, but now she was ranked 8th. Also, it seemed that she had not used all of her power to increase her rank. Otherwise, it would not be impossible for her to be in the top 5. From time to time, the inner disciples below the VIP seats would turn around and take a glance at her. They thought to themselves, "This seat is for core disciples. If I can sit in this seat one day, how glorious would that be?" 5 of the 10 platforms had already been destroyed. Yi Chun and Meng Chong were standing opposite each other on the platform that seemed to be relatively intact, staring at each other without blinking their eyes. Swoosh! Meng Chong took out his long blade and launched the first attack. A sharp blood-red blade, light, sliced through the air, hacking towards Yi Chun, who was not far away. Clang! No one knew when Yi Chun had also pulled out his sword. He waved out a stream of sword chi to block the incoming blade light. Take another 10 attacks. Meng Chong's expression was wild. The long blade in his hand was like a wild horse that had just run away from its reins. He crazily waved his blade towards Meng Chong. Ding, 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 ding. All of a sudden, the entire platform was filled with bright sword chi and blood-red blade light. Their figures had already been completely covered by the light and could not be seen by the naked eye. Shoo! Shoo! The two of them were blown back, and once again they faced each other. Awesome! Among all the inner disciples, you are the only one who can take 11 attacks from me with all of my power. It had been a long time since Meng Chong had felt this good. Yi Chen's power had made his blood boil, and he was filled with the desire to fight. If he could defeat Yi Chun, he would definitely be able to reach the next level. Yi Chun said, "Let's continue." "All right, let's continue." As soon as they finished talking, their bodies had already collided, the blood-red blade light, and the sword chi crisscrossed, fighting against each other. Soon, the platform was destroyed as well. Off the platform, all of the inner disciples were shocked. Apart from the first collision, it was impossible to tell who was fighting who had the upper hand, and who was at a disadvantage. All that could be seen was that the saber was faster than the previous one, and the sword was sharper than the previous one. Towards the end, the shock wave formed by the collision of the sword chi and the saber light was even more terrifying, destroying one platform after another nearby. The figures of the two could no longer be seen, and only the sword chi and the saber light could be seen sweeping from one platform to another, from the ground to the air, and from the air to the platform ruins. They were everywhere, and everywhere was the site of the battle. 100 attacks, 200 attacks, 300 attacks, 500 attacks. The two of them had already exchanged over 500 attacks, but there was still no clear winner. Yi Chen's half-step sword intent could not do anything to Meng Chong's blade power, and Meng Chong's fast blade power could not do anything to Yi Chen either. At this point, it was no longer a competition of power, but a competition of willpower and endurance. Whoever could last longer would be the winner. 1,000 attacks. No winner has been decided yet. Terrifying. An inner disciple looked at the sky. Right then, the sun was setting, and the bright afterglow was shining on the martial field, making the battle look even more intense. He could not help but gasp. Yeah, it would be amazing if the others could block 10 attacks from Brother Meng Chong, but Brother Yi Chen had already exchanged over 1,000 attacks with him. Both of them seemed to have the upper hand. I wonder who will have the last laugh. All of a sudden, the blood-red blade light and the bright sword chi collided with each other and then shot up into the sky. Waves of powerful shock waves spread out in all directions, which even caused the platform to collapse. The crowd looked over and saw that Yi Chen's sword had blocked Meng Chong's long blade, and the two of them were frozen there. World-shocking thunder! Meng Chong clenched his left hand into a fist and threw it towards Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen sneered and threw out his left fist, which was shining with a black light. Crack! Like a thunderclap, both of them were sent flying backwards. Again, with the protection of the pure jade body-boosting spell, Yi Chen stomped on the platform behind him and shot towards Meng Chong like an arrow. Meng Chong was not scared at all. He threw out another punch. Boom! The two of them moved away from each other as soon as they made contact. There was a faint trace of blood on the corner of Meng Chong's mouth. On the VIP seats of the core disciples, Luo Han sighed and said, Yichun has won. Meng Chong is still slightly weaker than him. It is not easy for him to be able to fight until now. But this Yichun is very powerful. He has been winning all the time. Even Meng Chong could not stop his rise. Chapter 116. Again, a blood-red light burst out from Meng Chong's body as he threw out a punch towards Yichun along with crackling thunder and lightning. It seemed like he was determined to win or die trying. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As Meng Chong threw out his punch, Yichun could feel a shocking amount of electricity gathering in his body. His skin felt numb, and all of his hairs were standing up. He knew that he could not afford to be hit by that punch. Otherwise, even the pure jade body-boosting spell would not be able to protect him. Thunder and lightning had always been able to ignore defense. Dominating the king, the third movement of the Tyrant Fist art was thrown out. A dense black light was brought out by the fist power, forming an umbrella in front of Yichun, blocking out the attack of the electricity. Boom! The broken platform under their feet was split into two. One half was made up of electricity, while the other half was made up of scattered black light. Meng Chong puked out a mouthful of blood, which was evaporated in the air by the electricity. He was blown out for hundreds of meters and finally landed heavily on the marble floor. Crack! The floor cracked under Meng Chong's feet. On the other side, Yichun was also blown out for 70 to 80 meters, leaving a crack on the floor. It was clear who would win. Looking down at his bare right arm, Yichun was shocked. If he had not performed the third movement of the Tyrant Fist art, he would not have been able to win so easily. The Tyrant Fist art was divided into 4 movements. The first style was called Tyrannical Rampage. It belonged to the aggressive type, and it could devour the opponent's chi gene for its own use. However, it could only be used against opponents who were slightly weaker than the user. Against opponents who were stronger than the user, the devouring effect could not be used. The second movement was called Dominating the World. It belonged to the defensive type. When the opponent attacked, it could absorb the yuan qi of the surrounding space and merge it into the fist power. The third movement was called Dominating the King. It belonged to the offensive and defensive type. When the punch was thrown out, an umbrella-shaped black light would form a defensive shield, blocking out the opponent's chi. At the same time, his own fist power would be able to attack the opponent without any hindrance. As for the strongest fourth move, Tyrannical Millennium, Yichun currently did not have enough Shen Qi to support it. Unless he was in a life-or-death situation, he absolutely could not use it. Otherwise, if he used up too much Shen Qi, he would not have the strength to protect himself. Letting out a mouthful of turbid air, Yichun raised his head and looked at Meng Chong. Meng Chong stabbed the long blade in his left hand into the ground. He grinned and said, "Great. Today, you are more skilled than me. However, we still have a long way to go. Let's see who will have the last laugh. I'll wait for you." Although that was what he said, Yichun didn't really care about it. Up until now, no one who had been surpassed by him had ever surpassed him, just like Wang Gang, Wu Zongming, Huang Bingwen, Zhang Haoren, and so on. If he was surpassed by someone else, then how could he even talk about becoming more powerful? How could he even talk about catching up with the top 4 young masters and walk out of the Windy Nation and into the world? The world was way too big. The path of a martial artist was like sailing a boat against the current. If one did not keep moving forward, one would fall behind. If one day he was surpassed by someone else, then he would have to reflect on himself. Once Meng Chong was defeated, Yichun would definitely become the #1 inner disciple. The other people who had not fought against him before would not be able to stop him anymore. The audience and the VIP seats were all talking about this. Luo Hanshan said, "The most official competition in our school is the Inner Disciple Ranking Competition. Once you become one of the top 10 Inner Disciples, you will be qualified to challenge Core Disciples and replace them. I think Yi Chun and Meng Chong are already at the top of the Core Disciples. Tai Feng and Xiao Yi are also not bad. You guys should be careful." A few Core Disciples who were ranked at the bottom said, "Brother Luo, don't worry. We did not waste this year either. We will show them how powerful we are." Indeed, except for that Yi Chun and Meng Chong, who are a bit tricky, the others will have to ask me first if I want to be a Core Disciple or not. Luo Hanshan smiled. The number of Core Disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School had always been maintained at 24. If one of them became a Core Disciple, one of them would have to leave. No one wanted to lose their Core Disciple status. In the following days, it would definitely be a fierce competition. As for himself, he would also challenge the hidden fragrance sword Zhu Mei when the time was right. Luo Hanshan turned his head and glanced at the beautiful girl who had plum blossom embroidery on her clothes. When the last ray of light of the sunset shone on the horizon, the ranking competition was finally over. According to the ranking, the first place was Yi Chun, who had a perfect winning record. He had defeated 9 people, so he had 18 points. The second place was Meng Chong with 16 points. The third place was Tai Feng with 14 points. The fourth place was Xiao Yi with 12 points. The fifth place was I Ching with 10 points. The sixth place was Zhou Ruo with 8 points. The seventh place was Li Kuang with 6 points. The eighth place was Li Yun with 4 points. The ninth place was Pei Xiaoqing with 2 points. And the 10th place was Qiu Ruodong with 0 points. When the ranking was announced, Yi Tianhao laughed out loud and said, "Chen is now the number 1 inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He is the number 1 genius in the history of our Yi family. The third leader of the Yi family, Yi Tang, and Yi Xian. No one can be compared with him." Shun Yuqing said in an annoyed tone, "Look at you. People go to higher places. Water flows to lower places. If Chen wants to be compared, he should be compared with the core disciples of those famous martial institutions. Don't make him look bad." "Hee, I'm just happy." Many important people around them cupped their hands and said, "Congratulations, Leader Yi. Your son has already mastered the half-step sword intent at such a young age. He will definitely soar into the sky in the future. Leader Yi, if we have the chance, let's have a drink. Our son is not good enough. Leader Yi, you should ask your son to teach him a lesson." Yi Tianhao was in a good mood. He said, "Not at all, not at all. If you are willing to give me face, please find some time to visit our Yi family. I will definitely welcome you." Of course, of course. The other important people all had their own thoughts, but no matter what they thought, Yi Chen's name had become really famous after today. 16 years old, he had mastered the half-step sword intent. Not to mention the Windy Nation, even in the entire South Shuo region, he would not be bad. The only thing he was lacking was his cultivation. Of course, some people were looking forward to Yi Chen's growth, while some were planning to nip him in the bud. Zhu Liang was not the only one. For them, it was very easy to kill a genius, but once this genius grew up, it would not be that easy. They had to kill him as soon as possible. The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School slowly stood up. The inner disciple ranking competition has come to an end. Now, the rewards will be given out. The 7th to 10th place will be rewarded with 300 low-rank soul stones. The 4th to the 6th place will be rewarded with 600 low-rank soul stones. The 2nd to the 3rd place will be rewarded with 1,000 low-rank soul stones. The 1st place will be rewarded with 2,000 low-rank soul stones and a low-rank Earth Realm martial art. Besides these, according to the decision made by the Elder Council, the number 1 inner disciple will go to the Emerald Martial Palace with the congratulatory team on the 9th of July. Going to the Emerald Martial Palace, That is a place to broaden one's horizons. All the disciples who are able to go there are not simple. At that time, all the elite martial institutions will definitely gather there, such as the top 4 child, the top disciples among the core disciples. I'm afraid it will not be that easy. All the martial institutions will definitely compete with each other. I heard that the top 10 inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace are all as powerful as the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. No wonder they decided to let Yi Chen go with them. Yeah, even if Yi Chen is not as powerful as them, with only his half-step sword intent, he will still be able to make the Sky Cloud Martial School look good. I see. How could the Elder Council's plan be hidden from the powerful figures who were always scheming against each other? Chapter 117, 2,000 low-rank soul stones, and a low-rank Earth realm martial art. If Yi Chen said he was not tempted, he would be lying. 2,000 low-rank soul stones would be worth 800,000 to 900,000 gold in the Northwest Auction House, and a low-rank Earth realm martial art could be sold for millions of gold. Most of the small families in the Windy Nation might not be able to buy one even if they sold all their assets. Of course, the potential of the number 1 inner disciple was indeed worth this price, and the martial institutions did not lack martial arts. After all, a martial institution that had hundreds of years of history, it would be unreasonable for them not to have some martial arts. However, Yi Chen also knew that even if an outsider offered 10 million gold, the top management of the martial institution would not agree to sell a martial art. Martial arts were not to be shared with outsiders. However, after hearing the latter part of the message, Yi Chen paused a bit. Follow the congratulatory team to the Emerald Martial Palace in 1 month? This was out of his expectation, but he did not care too much about it. Whether he went or not, it was all arranged by the top management. All he needed to do was to follow. The Silent Hills. In a vast mountain range, the fog never dissipated, and there was miasma everywhere. Deep in the mountains, there were often beast roars that could shake people's hearts. The sun was hanging high in the sky, and the golden light was blocked out by the fog. At first glance, there were colorful lights everywhere, bright and creepy. This was deep in the Silent Hills, and the natural yuan qi was especially rich. However, because of the miasma, warriors could not absorb it, or else they would go crazy. On a small hill that was split open by something, Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, with an ancient-looking long sword hanging on his waist. He looked down and saw that in the fog hundreds of meters away, 2 huge shadows were colliding with each other from time to time, making earth-shaking noises. A horrifying roar was heard. Dozens of trees in front of him were knocked down, and a house-sized demonic wolf was blown towards him. The demonic wolf had no fur, and its body was covered with sharp thorns, which made its body 3 times bigger, and its blood-red pupils looked like it was about to drip blood. Bramble demonic wolf, top rank 4 beast. No matter how hard the wind blew, Yi Chen's body did not move. Only his clothes were fluttering. Dong, 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 dong. The ground shook, and a silver-gray demonic bull that was even bigger than the bramble demon wolf walked out of the mist step by step. Its cold and merciless eyes first locked on the bramble demon wolf, and then looked at where Yi Chen was. Moo, the silver-gray demonic bull, roared into the sky, and the mist twisted violently. Electric currents appeared on the surface of the nearby fallen leaves, burning them into nothingness. Yi Chen was slightly surprised. It was actually a rare silver electric demon bull. This was an existence even more dangerous than the bramble demon wolf. No wonder the bramble demon wolf couldn't beat it. The 2 demonic beasts were the size of a house. Their demonic aura soared to the sky, stirring up terrifying whirlwinds. 2 peak level 4 demonic beasts should be good for training. If the others knew what Yi Chen was thinking, they would definitely say that he was just talking nonsense. Demonic beasts were already much more powerful than warriors of the same level. Even the most talented warrior might not be able to win against a demonic beast, not to mention 2 top-rank 4 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to peak level late condensing reality realm warriors. The Bramble Demon Wolf looked at the silver electric demonic bull in fear. It lowered its body slightly. Its instinct told it that it had to kill any human that came in here. But the silver electric demonic bull in front of it was much more dangerous than this human. If it was not careful, it would be killed. Roar, roar, roar. The Bramble Demon Wolf roared at the silver electric demonic bull, as if it was sending some kind of message. After a while, the silver electric demonic bull let out an electric current from its nose. It stomped on the ground twice and unexpectedly rushed out. Shoo! The silver electric demonic bull's huge body did not slow it down. Like a thick silver electric light, it rushed towards Yi Chun, who was on the hill. At the same time, the Bramble Demon Wolf also attacked Yi Chun. Its body rammed towards the hill. Piss off! Clang! The hidden cloud sword was unsheathed, and its momentum was unpredictable. It easily hit the silver electric demonic bull's body. The silver electric demonic bull's fierce eyes were filled with shock. Its huge body flew back, smashing many old vines that were full of ancient trees. Boom! The hill under its feet collapsed, and the Bramble Demon Wolf jumped out from the rubble. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of black air mixed with ice. Yi Chen's feet lightly touched the rubble that had not yet fallen, and his body rose straight up. A sword chi, like a dragon from the 9 heavens, crazily shot down towards the Bramble Demon Wolf. The Bramble Demon Wolf was the same as the silver electric demonic bull. It did not expect Yi Chen's sword art to be so powerful. Its body flipped in the air and crashed into the flying boulders to avoid the sharp sword chi. Cloud impermanence, startling cloud, where do you think you can hide? With one punch, the Bramble Demon Wolf's black air was shattered by the fist energy. The countless ice cubes were shattered by the fist energy, turning into ice shards that sprinkled down from the sky. Below, the sword chi, which was originally moving in a straight line, twisted a few times. Unexpectedly, like the clouds in the sky, it had no form and slashed at the back of the Bramble Demon Wolf. Crack! A few thorns were cut down, and the Bramble Demon Wolf lost its balance and fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. Crack! Silver lightning shot out from the side. It was the silver electric demonic bull that did not give up. Its speed was like lightning, and its sound was like thunder. It was as fast as lightning, burning the air in front of it into a vacuum. Startling cloud. Yi Chen waved out a thick sword chi in the air. The sword chi was extremely aggressive. Wherever it went, the air was swept away, filled with endless explosive power. The silver electric demonic bull opened its mouth and spat out a ball of lightning, which clashed with the sword chi. Crack! Crack! The lightning was all broken, and the sword chi slashed on the silver electric demonic bull's forehead, leaving a deep sword mark that could reach the bone, and blood was flowing out. In the next moment, the silver electric demon cow lost its balance and fell headfirst to the ground, causing it to shake incessantly. Even the electricity around its body leaked out, causing the burnt ground to crack and turn black. Clumps of fertile weeds were burned to ashes. Suddenly climbing up from the ground, the silver electric demonic bull looked at Yi Chun with fear, not daring to attack again. Although its defense was very strong, it was not strong enough to ignore the sword chi. If it got hit too much, it would still be in danger. On the side, the Bramble Demon Wolf could not help but lean towards the silver electric demonic bull, as if it was ready to join forces with it to attack and kill this powerful human. Earth Realm low-rank sword art. Indeed powerful. Lightly landing on an ancient tree, Yi Chun looked down at the sword body and thought to himself. It had been more than half a month since the end of the ranking competition. Half a month ago, Yi Chun chose a sword art from many Earth Realm low-rank martial arts called the Startling Cloud sword art. The clouds were unpredictable, and so was the Startling Cloud sword art. Every movement was full of changes, and even the cultivator could not completely control it, not to mention the opponent. In addition, the Startling Cloud sword art was also a very aggressive sword art. Once the sword was thrown out, the wind would stop, and the clouds would be startled. Its lethality was extremely horrifying, and it was many times more powerful and faster than the lone peak of 13 swords. After training it, Yi Chun went to the Silent Hills alone, wanting to test the power of the sword art on the beasts. This battle was indeed powerful. Chapter 118. Not far away, the silver electric demonic cow and the bramble demon wolf roared at the same time, attacking towards Yi Chun from both sides. One of them was as fast as lightning, while the other one was as agile as a black smoke. Boom! The ancient tree was uprooted, and a huge amount of soil was sent flying in the air. Yi Chun jumped into the air and threw out a sword chi backhandedly. Puff! A deep sword mark appeared on the bramble demon wolf's back leg, and its body quickly fell onto the ground. It slid hundreds of meters away due to the inertia and finally stopped after hitting another ancient tree. Standing up, the bramble demon wolf shook its dizzy head and stared at Yi Chun with a slight fear in its eyes. This human didn't seem to be very powerful, but up until now, it and the silver electric demonic cow still couldn't do anything to him. Instead, it was covered in dust, and its back leg was injured. If this continued, it and the silver electric demonic cow would probably be killed before they could kill Yi Chun. The silver electric demonic cow also wanted to retreat, but the bramble demon wolf hadn't retreated yet. So how could it retreat? I have almost understood the power of the sky cloud sword art. Now, it's time to take care of them. Before, Yi Chun didn't use his half-step sword intent, and those sword chi were only normal sword chi. Turning around, Yi Chun waved his sword twice, and two sword chi that had been infused with the half-step sword intent were thrown out. Puff! Puff! A sword hole appeared on the foreheads of the silver electric demonic cow and the bramble demon wolf, respectively. Their huge bodies fell heavily onto the ground, and no longer breathing. Without the protection of the beast chi, the bodies of the demonic beasts weren't as hard as expected, and were easily cut open. Inside each body was a bowl-sized pellet. The pellet of a top-rank 4 demonic beast was worth over 10,000 gold, and was put into Yi Chun's storage ring by Yi Chun. After that, some valuable demonic beast materials were also collected by Yi Chun. After that, Yi Chun stood up straight and looked at the deepest part of the Silent Hills. That was a true forbidden area. A few decades ago, a powerful force had sent experts to the depths to search for some rare and precious herbs. Unfortunately, they encountered a level 7 demonic beast, the ghost-faced demonic cow. Out of more than 100 people, only one person managed to escape, but he died a few days later. The reason was that the demonic chi in his body was too strong, and he died of madness. Since then, no one dared to enter. A rank 7 demonic beast. Yi Chun could not imagine it at all, since it was equivalent to an astral-reaching realm warrior. Not to mention Yi Chun, even the leaders of the top 5 martial institutions would not be able to handle a single attack from it. But it was hard to say whether it was true or not, since besides the rumors, no one had actually seen it with their own eyes. The only survivor from decades ago had already gone insane when he came out. Shaking his head, Yi Chun leaned to the side and leaped onto an ancient tree that was over 100 feet tall. With a few flashes, he disappeared without a trace. Not long after Yi Chun left, a figure shot through the mist. Pap, lightly stepping on the ground, the middle-aged man saw the two demonic beast corpses lying on the ground. He couldn't help but curse. I finally found out where this brat went. Who would have thought that he would go to the deepest part of the Silent Hills? The mist here is so thick that people can't even look at it directly. You can't tell anything from 100 steps away. Otherwise, how could I let him leave safely? I would have killed him on the spot. This man was indeed Zhu Liang, the middle-aged man who had watched the inner disciple ranking competition of the Sky Cloud Martial School half a month ago. At the same time, he was also the intelligence master of the Purple Sun Martial School. He had sent his warriors to guard the bottom of the windy mountain, ready to kill Yi Chun the moment he went out alone. However, after Yi Chun went down the mountain, he went straight into the Silent Hills. By the time Zhu Liang heard the news, it was already too late. He could only follow and try his luck to see if he could run into Yi Chun. Brat, you sure are lucky, but next time you will die for sure. Zhu Liang's eyes were filled with killing intent. Roar! Right at this moment, a majestic roar sounded. Following that, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky, covering the radiance of the fiery sun. Such a powerful beast Qi. It is at least a level 6 beast. Zhu Liang's face was full of fear. He hurried to run away. Far away, a beam of black light that was as thick as a water bucket shot out. Along the way, trees collapsed and mountains were pierced. The aftermath of the black light swept out a deep ravine that extended straight into the earth. The speed of the black light was too fast. Zhu Liang had no time to dodge. He roared, and a burning light suddenly rose from his body, protecting him tightly. Boom! The burning light was shattered. Zhu Liang was bleeding from every orifice, and his clothes were torn. Little bastard, this beast must have been provoked by you. Zhu Liang came without a sound, so he did not attract any beast's attention. Thinking about it, he realized that the battle between Yi Chun and the beast was too loud, and it had attracted more powerful beasts from the deeper parts of the Silent Hills. Zhu Liang had become the scapegoat. Without caring about his wounded body, Zhu Liang pushed his Jin Qi as hard as he could. His body turned into a burning light and shot far away. At the same time, he threw a dark red pellet into his mouth. After a while, the source of the black light finally appeared in the distance. Its huge body was standing in the middle of the hills. It was tens of meters tall, and it was a huge black python. If the mist was gone, people would see a shocking scene from the sky. A ravine stretched from dozens of miles away to here. In other words, the black light was shot from dozens of miles away. Such a terrifying range was unheard of. If it was a little closer, whether Zhu Liang could survive or not would be a problem. After all, the attack power of the black light would definitely be reduced if it was too far away. Seeing that the aura had disappeared, the black python bumped the mountain next to it with its huge head. The mountain shook a few times, and a few huge cracks appeared on the wall, making a cracking sound. Lowering its towering upper body, the giant black python slithered back in the direction it came from, crushing ancient trees one after another. Among the thousands of mountains, there was a magnificent valley. The valley was full of trees, and there were lakes of different sizes, just like the stars in the sky. In a yard next to a lake, 3 young girls were sitting and chatting. Sister G, have you heard about the inner disciple ranking competition that was held in the Sky Cloud Martial School half a month ago? The round-faced girl in green clothes suddenly asked. The beautiful girl with an aloof temperament said indifferently, "Is that so? I don't think there is anyone worth paying attention to in the Sky Cloud Martial School." The pretty girl next to her nodded and said, "The Sky Cloud Martial School is ranked last among the top 5 martial institutions. The top 10 inner disciples are only as powerful as the inner disciples of our Emerald Martial Palace, and the top 10 inner disciples of our Emerald Martial Palace are only as powerful as the core disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School." The round-faced girl said, "I heard that there are 2 geniuses in this year's Sky Cloud Martial School. One is called Meng Chong, and the other is called Yi Chun. They are both at the top of the core disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School." Yi Chun, the beautiful girl, and the pretty girl looked at the round-faced girl in surprise. The round-faced girl asked confusedly, "What's wrong?" The pretty girl asked, "How is that Yi Chun?" He beat Meng Chong, who was the top 10 inner disciples in the last year's Sky Cloud Martial School, and won the first place. "I heard that he is very powerful." The beautiful girl was slightly surprised, but she didn't care about it anymore. So what if he was the top 10 inner disciples in the Sky Cloud Martial School? She was now one of the 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. There was no comparison between them. The round-faced girl continued that Yi Chun is not only very powerful, but he has also mastered the half-step sword intent. Right now, everyone in the Windy Nation is talking about him. What? The pretty girl and the beautiful girl couldn't believe it. They subconsciously thought that the 2 of them only had the same name and could not be the Yi Chun they knew. Chapter 119. Days passed by. When there were only 10 days left until the 9th of July, Yi Chun felt a bit strange. Why hadn't the higher-ups prepared to go to the Emerald Martial Palace yet? The Emerald Martial Palace was 70,000 miles away from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Even if he rode the half-beast horse, the ghost-eyed jade lion, it would still take him 13 to 14 days to get there. Just like that, another 5 days passed. Yi Chun didn't care about going to the Emerald Martial Palace anymore. Since the higher-ups weren't in a hurry, why should he? The Emerald Martial Palace was not a place he wanted to go. The 7th of July, Yi Chun was training his Junqi in the yard. He was only 1 step away from the late condensing reality realm. Although it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, for him, the difference between the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm and the late condensing reality realm was too huge. At least if he could reach the same cultivation level, he would be able to compete with all the young warriors, even if he had to face young Master North Snow or young Master Duanmu. Crack! The low-rank soul stone in his hand cracked into 2 pieces. Yi Chun opened his eyes with a regretful look on his face. With his current cultivation level, it was still too difficult for him to make a breakthrough. It would still take him a while to reach the late condensing reality realm. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Yi Chun thought it was Wu Zongming, so he yelled, "Coming!" Opening the door of the yard, a young man that Yi Chun had never seen before appeared in front of him, wearing black clothes. "I am the executor disciple. The head elder asked me to inform you that it is time to go to the Emerald Martial Palace. Go to the welcoming plaza now." The young man said indifferently. Yi Chun was surprised. "Go now. Can I get there in 2 days?" Shaking his head, Yi Chun didn't understand, so he responded, "All right, I will go now." The executor disciple left. Yi Chun went back to his room, prepared a few sets of clothes and some necessities, then cleaned the room a bit, closed the door, and walked to the welcoming plaza. On the grand and flat welcoming plaza, for people were standing there. The 2 people in the middle were the first elder, who was over 60 years old, and the 4th elder, who had a sturdy body. The sense of power released from their bodies was as deep as the ocean. One of them was Luo Hanshan, who was wearing a blue robe, and the other one was Su Jing, who was wearing a white robe. "Great elder, 4th elder." Yi Chen saluted the two elders. The great elder smiled and said, "Yi Chen, have you made any progress this month?" Hearing him, a smile also appeared on the fourth elder's face. They had already heard about how fast Yi Chen had improved. 1 year ago, he was still a mortal realm stage 6 warrior, and now he had already reached the peak of mid-condensing reality realm. Not to mention that he had a great comprehensive ability. He had mastered all the martial arts he had learned to the highest level. Bringing him to the Emerald Martial Palace this time was more or less to gain some face for the Sky Cloud Martial School. Otherwise, it would have been better to bring other core disciples. After all, compared to the top 5 core disciples, Yi Chen's foundation was still a bit weak. Yi Chen said, "I haven't made much progress in my cultivation, but I've just learned the shocking cloud swordsmanship. You can't rush to raise your cultivation." "What? You've learned the shocking cloud swordsmanship?" The fourth elder slightly nodded, then he was shocked and stared at Yi Chen in shock. Yi Chen nodded. He didn't need to hide this kind of thing. Not to mention, with the attention he was getting now, he wouldn't be able to keep it a secret for too long. Lu Hanshan was shocked. Learning the shocking cloud swordsmanship in only a month? What kind of abnormal martial arts talent was this? The shocking cloud swordsmanship was a low-rank Earth realm sword art. Ordinary people might not even be able to learn it in 5 years. If it were Lu Hanshan himself, it would take him at least half a year. In the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, perhaps only Zhu Mei could learn it in 3 to 4 months. However, compared to Yi Chen, the gap was not just a little bit. It was double or triple. The great elder couldn't believe it. Martial artists who have learned the shocking cloud swordsmanship will have a strong shocking cloud sword aura. When they are fighting, he didn't continue his words because Yi Chen's temperament suddenly changed. Wave after wave of illusory sword aura gushed out. His whole body seemed like a treasured sword that had been unsheathed. His sword aura was unstable, but it was filled with a horrifying explosive power. It is indeed the shocking cloud swordsmanship. I can't believe he can use it so easily. The great elder gasped in shock. He realized that he had underestimated Yi Chen after all. However, he couldn't blame himself because a genius who had mastered the half-step sword intent was not someone he could easily guess. Among the 3 of them, only Su Jing didn't seem to be surprised. Caw! At this moment, a high-pitched bird song came from the top of the windy mountain. The bird song was short and high-pitched, along with a majestic aura. Yi Chen looked towards the direction of the sound and was surprised. On the precipitous peak, a giant bird swooped down. This giant bird had a majestic physique, and its wingspan was more than 10 meters. Its entire body was covered in dark green feathers, and under the sunlight, it glowed with a metallic luster. Its pair of claws could easily grab a house, and they were curved like an anchor. Lu Hanshan introduced the bird to Yi Chen. "This is the guardian spirit beast of our Sky Cloud Martial School, Wind Vulture." Wind Vulture? Yi Chen had heard of this name before. In the easternmost area of the Windy Nation, there was a great devil grassland. There were countless demonic beasts living on the grassland, among which the half-demon horse, the ghost-eyed jade lion, was the most famous one. However, people living near the grassland didn't think so. In their eyes, the most famous demonic beast was the king of the great devil grassland, the 5th-level wind vulture. The wind vulture could travel over 40,000 miles per day. It was as fast as lightning, and was over 10 times faster than the half-demon horse. It was perfect for traveling, but it was not easy to catch it, although it was only a 5th-level demonic beast, which was equivalent to a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. Even a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist might not be able to catch up with it. Besides, even if a late-clasping Yuan realm martial artist managed to catch it, it would be extremely difficult to tame it. Yichen didn't expect that the Sky Cloud Martial School had a 5th-level wind vulture. No wonder they weren't in a hurry to go to the Emerald Martial School. With the wind vulture's speed, it would only take them 2 days to get there. Not only would it save them a lot of time and effort, it would also show the school's prestige. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind blew, and the wind vulture landed in the middle of the plaza. The head elder said, "Come on up." After saying that, the head elder flashed across the air and landed on the wind vulture's broad and flat back. When everyone had boarded the wind vulture, the head elder reminded them, "Hold on, the wind vulture is very fast." Luo Hanshan grinned and said, "Head elder is right. The first time I rode on the wind vulture, I almost fell from the sky. It's unbelievably fast." Hearing this, Yi Chun and Su Jing didn't dare to be careless. They both silently activated their Zhenqi. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind vulture fiercely flapped its wings for a few times, then suddenly leaped up into the air like a sharp arrow. The wind vulture's wings were tucked behind its back to reduce the air resistance. The speed of the wind vulture, which was close to the sound barrier, was unimaginably fast. As if it was riding on a rocket, the air that was blowing towards its face was no different than a sharp knife cutting its skin. Yichen planted his feet on the ground and activated his protective Zhenqi to protect his face from the knife-like air currents. Soon, the wind vulture flew high up into the clouds, flying far away. Chapter 120. Above the ocean of clouds, the wind vulture flapped its wings and flew hundreds of meters away. The shrill, long-lasting sonic booms behind it didn't reach anyone's ears because the wind vulture's flying speed had already surpassed the speed of sound. The head elder and the 4th elder were standing in front of the wind eagle's back like 2 towering mountains, relieving most of the pressure on Yi Chen and the other 2. Otherwise, only the strong airflow caused by the supersonic speed of the eagle could easily blow them away and make them fall from the sky. Brother Yi, you have to be mentally prepared for this trip to the Emerald Martial Palace. I believe you also know why the higher-ups want you to come with us. Su Jing abruptly used her Zhenqi to talk to Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded. Why isn't senior sister Zhumei here? None of the head disciples from the top 4 martial institutions will go there, unless one of them has reached the clasping Yuan realm and is on par with young Master Emerald. I see. Yichen thought for a while and realized that Zhu Mei was right. If Zhu Mei went, she would inevitably be compared with young Master Emerald. But now, she didn't want to go. So, everyone could only compare the second disciples of each martial institution. Just then, the 4th elder said to Yi Chun, and the other 2 with his Zhenqi, "There is a large number of flesh demons in front of us. Be careful not to get sucked into them." Flesh demon? Yi Chun froze for a second. This was a kind of demonic beast that floated in the air without any intelligence. It was shaped like a huge meatball and had a lot of scary-looking mouths. Normally, 3 mouths would be a rank 1 meat beast, 6 mouths would be a rank 2 meat beast, 9 mouths would be a rank 3 meat beast, and so on and so forth. Flesh demons usually lived by inhaling and exhaling the qi of heaven and earth. Occasionally they would eat meat. Before he could think about it, disgusting meatballs appeared in the vast sea of clouds in front of him. These meatballs were brownish-red in color, and their bodies were covered with mouths with sharp teeth. The largest one was no different from a small mountain, and the smallest one was the size of a water buffalo. They floated in the air with the wind, and if a flying beast passed by, they would open their mouths and release a terrifying suction force, swallowing it into their stomachs. Sky-burning palm. The wind vulture was incredibly fast. Seeing that it was about to break into the group of meat spirit beasts, the 4th elder let out a resonant growl and pushed his palm out. Rumble! A large number of flesh demons exploded and were burned into nothingness. The shock wave even tore a large hole in the sea of clouds. Yi-chun was secretly shocked. Late clasping yuan realm martial artists are indeed extraordinary. Every single move of theirs has the destructive power to destroy mountains. Suddenly, the wind vulture swayed intensely and slowed down. The few of them turned their heads to look. Unbeknownst to them, a meatball the size of a small hill had appeared on their right rear. The largest mouth on the meatball was wide open, sucking in the air and the sea of clouds in a spiral. It was like a huge bottomless pit, swallowing everything. Yi-chun and the other two had low cultivation bases, so they were about to be sucked out. The first elder made his move. He raised the index and middle fingers of his right hand and drew a line in the air. Puchi, a purplish golden ray of light, extended out. It was as sharp as a blade, and it split the meatball into two. The cut was smooth, without a trace of roughness. The fourth elder said in admiration, "A fifth-grade meat beast's defensive power is even more terrifying than a real mountain. It seems that your purple light finger has already reached the highest level. It can cut a mountain as if it was nothing. It took me over 10 years to reach the highest level of this mid-rank Earth Realm finger art. I can't compare with you." The first elder gave a bitter smile. Yi-chun was speechless. The first elder was obviously talking about him. Hearing him, the fourth elder was speechless again. He had seen all kinds of geniuses, but he had never seen a genius who could learn a low-rank Earth Realm martial art within a month. What a freak! Above another piece of sea of clouds, a hazy white light flashed like a bolt of lightning. It seemed to be able to travel a mile within a blink of an eye. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that the white light was actually a huge white bird. The white bird had a strong and muscular body, with a pair of dark yellow claws under its belly. There were 4 people standing on the back of the white bird. The leading 2 were over 40 years old. They were wearing white robes with golden edges and snowflake patterns on the cuffs. Behind the 2 were 2 young men. The one on the left had a strong and muscular build. He was a head taller than the 2 in front. His eyes were extremely sharp and aggressive, as if he was being attacked by a heavy blade. The one on the right looked ordinary, wearing white robes. If he was thrown into a crowd, it would be hard to find him. However, when one looked at his eyes, one would feel that he was not ordinary at all. His pure crystal-like eyes gave people a soul-stirring feeling. The blade light seemed to be invisible. It seemed to be able to transform into the blade intent. It was indeed the North Snow Quick Blade, Lynch. As for the strong and muscular teenager, he was the second core disciple of the North Snow Martial Academy, Blade Yu. We, the North Snow Martial Academy, never liked to fight. But even though we don't like to fight, it's still a shame to fall behind others. You too have to work hard. The middle-aged man on the right reminded them with a smile on his face. Yu chuckled and said, "I admit that I am no match for Zhuang Fei, but except for him, Yu, am not afraid of anyone in the younger generation of the Windy Nation." At this moment, the bearded middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader of the group, sighed and said, "In recent years, the North Snow Martial Academy has started to lose its strength. There haven't been any outstanding geniuses appearing in the ranking competitions of the inner disciples. However, the Sky Cloud Martial School is quite lucky. They actually have a disciple who has mastered the half-step sword intent." Lynch's eyes lit up. He was believed by the leader of the group, Shui Warren, to be the one who had the highest chance of mastering the blade intent. Now that he knew that there was a disciple who had mastered the half-step sword intent and was only 1 step away from mastering the real sword intent, he was a bit excited. The rain was pouring down. A loach-like black-scaled demonic beast was swimming in the sea of clouds. Every time it lurked and reappeared, It would be several hundred meters away, coupled with its huge body and terrifying appearance. Ordinary people would think that a legendary evil dragon had appeared in the world and was going to harm the human world. Junior Sister Yuan, you've made great progress in the past few months. Otherwise, we wouldn't have asked you to come with us to the Emerald Martial Palace. There were 5 people standing on the beast's head. A young man with an umbrella said to the tall girl with a smile. The tall girl had a pretty face and a pair of straight and long legs. If Yi Chun were here, he would definitely recognize her. She was indeed Yuan Xueme, who had helped the Ling family with the mission. Compared to a few months ago, her qi was much more powerful. Obviously, she had made great progress. Yuan Xueme smiled lightly and said, I think the elders want me to see the world. Plus, following Brother Nangong will definitely not be a bad thing. How come all the female disciples of the Rudra Martial School are so talkative? I am the only one who is dumb. The young man with the umbrella said sarcastically. Hee. Yuan Xueme laughed. Caw! From afar, an ear-piercing beast roar came out, shaking the sea of clouds. The elder of the Rudra Martial School, who was standing in the front, raised his head and looked over, but couldn't see anything. He murmured to himself, It should be the double-headed Bat King from the Purple Sun Martial School. It is quite fast. A few hundred miles away from the black-scaled demon beast, a black-red two-headed bat with a wingspan of more than 10 meters swept across the sky. On the back of the bat, 4 people were standing. One of them was Ouyang Ming, who had a conflict with Yi Chun in the Northwest Auction House. Beside him was a short and skinny teenager, who looked very ordinary, even a bit ugly, which formed a sharp contrast with Ouyang Ming. Piercing through the sea of clouds, the 4 of them rushed towards the southwest. Chapter 121. July 8th, afternoon. The wind vulture darted out of the clouds and lowered its speed to below the speed of sound. Yi Chun only felt his vision brighten, and the mountains and rivers below were all imprinted in his eyes. But very quickly he was dumbfounded. In the area of 500 kilometers below, the mountain peaks rose and fell without end. Some were lofty and majestic, some were verdant and elegant, some were shaped like dragons, and some were crouching like tigers. The dense energy of heaven and earth converged into a thin layer of mist that coiled around the peaks of the mountain peaks, and it gave off a special feeling of immortality. Between the mountains were lakes of various sizes. Looking down from above, the smallest of the lakes was only the size of a fingernail. They were scattered all over the place, and they were of various colors. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how many there were. In the center of this area, dozens of precipitous mountain peaks converged to form a valley. The color of the valley was dark green, like the primordial jadeite, formed by heaven and earth, exquisite without losing its grandeur. Looking inside, there were hundreds of lakes of various sizes in the valley. Buildings were built around the lakes in an orderly fashion, contrasting with the environment outside the valley, forming a large and a small scene. What a wonderful place! Yi Chun opened his mouth and spat out these words. Luo Hanshan explained to Yi Chun there are a total of 1,332 mountains and 9,800 lakes around the Emerald Martial Palace, which is known as the 1,000 Mountains and 10,000 Rivers. Apart from this, on the mountains that form the Emerald Martial Palace, there is a kind of stone called fragrant jade, which emits a nice aroma all year round and is called jade fragrance. Combining these two, it becomes the famous 1,000 Mountains and 10,000 Rivers jade fragrance. Once the martial artists from the Windy Nation and even other nations mention this name, they will definitely think of the rank 7 martial institution, the Emerald Martial Palace. Yi Chun praised, thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of rivers jadeite fragrance lingers. It really makes one daydream. The head elder snorted coldly. and said, "It is indeed a paradise, but the Emerald Marshal Palace is only a latecomer. 3,000 years ago, the rank 6 Marshal Institution Mountain and Water Pavilion used to occupy this place." That's right. Back then, the Emerald Marshal Palace was just a small, unranked martial institution. The first leader of the Emerald Marshal Palace accidentally found the ruins of the Mountain and Water Pavilion and found the incomplete great art of mountain and water from there. He trained hard for more than 10 years, and once he was born, he became famous in the martial world and built a solid foundation for the Emerald Marshal Palace. The fourth elder's voice was filled with envy and passion. It was a remnant of the great art of landscape. It seemed to be very powerful. Yichen thought. The wind vulture flew over thousands of mountains and rivers, arriving at the entrance of the Emerald Valley. The entrance of the valley had a radius of hundreds of zhang, and the terrain was flat. Quite a few famous warriors had entered the valley in groups, and some important ones had also come on the back of their beasts, just like the Sky Cloud Martial School. But of course, the mounts of their beasts were obviously not as good as the wind vultures. The wind vulture landed on the ground along with a fierce gale. An outer elder of the Emerald Marshal Palace walked up to them with 4 deacons. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for not going out to greet you." The head elder let the wind vulture move freely, then grinned and said, "It seems that we've arrived first." "Ha ha! The Sky Cloud Martial School has been very high profile recently. You're number 1 in everything, but what's the point of fighting for number 1 in small matters?" The double-headed giant bat flew over quickly, and the middle-aged man in the lead opened his mouth and said. The fourth elder's face was filled with displeasure. The middle-aged man's name was Zhu Li, and he was about the same age as the first elder. Because he practiced a special cultivation technique, he looked to be in his 40s, and his qi and blood were vigorous. Taking a deep breath, the fourth elder raised his voice and said, "I didn't believe it at first. It turns out that people from the Purple Sun Martial House all have loud voices. I heard your roar from tens of miles away. Having a loud voice isn't a bad thing. I'm just afraid that some people don't have the energy to shout loudly." The two-headed bat landed on the ground. Zhu Li took the lead and walked down. "Look, the Sky Cloud Martial School and the Purple Sun Martial School are arguing again. Among the top 5 martial institutions, the Purple Sun Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School have the most grievances. I heard that when the Sky Cloud Martial School was encircling the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult, the Purple Sun Martial School set up a trap for the Sky Cloud Martial School, causing a lot of powerful martial artists of the Sky Cloud Martial School to suffer heavy casualties. After a few years, the Sky Cloud Martial School was reduced to a rank 9 martial institution. However, the Sky Cloud Martial School was not a force to be trifled with. They released fake news and tricked the previous leader of the Purple Sun Martial School to the place where the remaining forces of the 9 evil cult gathered, causing him to die without a complete corpse. There's such a secret. No wonder the 2 forces have always been like fire and water. Many people nearby were discussing in low voices. Normally, people from the Emerald Martial Palace would be happy to see the 2 forces fighting each other to the death. However, this was the territory of the Emerald Martial Palace, and tomorrow was the celebration banquet. If they really let them fight, the Emerald Martial Palace would lose all of its face. A few outer elders of the Emerald Martial Palace hurriedly said, "Your accommodations have been prepared. Please follow us." "Huh." Zhu Li flicked his sleeves and left. Ouyang Ming, who was behind him, threw a meaningful glance at Yi Chun. On the other side, the head elder's anger disappeared. He said to Yi Chun and the others, "Let's go." After the 2 groups of people had left, it suddenly started raining. The black-scaled beast carried the people from the Rudra Martial School to this place. Inside the Emerald Martial Palace, numerous lakes appeared in front of them, all calm and peaceful. The Emerald Martial Palace is indeed a rank 7 martial institution. It is indeed a beautiful place. Wow, compared to this place, my place is like a mountain, totally not at the same level. The lotuses in the lake are all precious herbs, the green lotus. And those fishes, they are all rare ancient fishes. Hearing people's praises, Yi Chun had to admit that in terms of environment, the windy mountain of the Sky Cloud Martial School was miles ahead of the Emerald Martial Palace. It was not even worth mentioning. He wondered how the environment of the North Snow Martial Academy, which was also a rank 7 martial institution, would be. There were many people who came to congratulate the Emerald Martial Palace. Those who did not have much influence were basically arranged to stay near the lakes in the outer area of the Emerald Martial Palace, where there were many beautiful courtyards. Those who had some influence were arranged to stay in the inner area where the environment was much better. As one of the top 5 martial institutions, the Sky Cloud Martial School was arranged to stay in the innermost area, which was close to the main buildings of the Emerald Martial Palace. On the road between the lakes, Yi Chun inadvertently glanced over, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. In front of him, a group of young men and women in green robes were talking and laughing. Judging from the Zhenqi vibration, they were not any weaker than the top-ranked inner disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. 2 of them were releasing immeasurable Zhenqi, which meant that they had obviously reached the level of the top-ranked core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The one on the left had a graceful figure and an extremely beautiful appearance, like an orchid in a deserted valley. Her every move attracted the thoughts of the male disciples. Standing next to her was a tall and straight male disciple. He was handsome and had a noble temperament. There was a faint aura of a king on his body. He was obviously not an ordinary person. Luo Hanshan, who was standing beside Yi Chun, recognized the beautiful girl. She was Ji Shuiyan, who had accompanied the Palm End Lu Wuxiang to visit the Sky Cloud Martial School half a year ago. She was a disciple of the Ji family, and judging from what had happened that day, she seemed to be closely related to Yi Chun. "Brother Yi, we have arrived at our place. Let's go." Luo Hanshan patted on Yi Chen's shoulder. Yi Chen took back his sight. His expression didn't change at all. Led by an outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace, the 5 of them walked towards the luxurious yard beside the huge lake. From afar, Ji Shuiyan saw that familiar silhouette and slightly frowned. The tall and handsome male disciple standing beside her asked with concern, "Sister Ji, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Brother sure." Ji Shuiyan was sure that that man was Yi Chun. She didn't expect that after half a year, he, who was only at Mortal Realm Stage 6, had already reached such a high level. If that was all, she wouldn't have been too surprised. But what she didn't expect was that besides the rapid improvement of his cultivation, he had also mastered the half-step sword intent, which was the dream of every sword artist. In just a couple of days, the name Yi Chun had spread across the entire Windy Nation. Among all the martial artists, there wasn't a single person who didn't know about him. His fame had even caught up with the top and second disciples of all the top martial institutions. Chapter 122. The luxurious yard was called the Green Willow House. It had a main yard and 7 small yards. Yi Chun lived in the small yard on the east side. Obviously, the yard had been thoroughly cleaned. There was not a single leaf on the ground. The corners were clean, and the flowers in the small garden in the middle had also been carefully trimmed. Entering the room, Yi Chun saw that the tables and chairs were all shiny and clean and had a faint aroma. After looking around for a while, Yi Chun walked out. When he walked past Su Jing's yard, he heard a thunderous sound coming from inside. Yichen smiled. Su Jing had always been a quiet girl. She would only cultivate when she had nothing to do. She rarely took the initiative to communicate with others. After their last meeting, Su Jing only nodded to greet Yichen. Without disturbing her, Yichen started to walk away. Outside the yard was a sparkling lake. Every 100 meters around the lake, there was a yard that was as luxurious as the green willow house. Beside the lake, rows of willows were planted. The willows were touching the water surface, swaying along with the breeze. The Emerald Marshal Palace is indeed a rank 7 institution. Even the place they use to receive their guests is so beautiful. Yichen took a deep breath. He felt that the natural yuan qi around him was much richer and purer than in the windy mountain. It was also easier to convert it into zhen qi. After enjoying the view for a while, Yichen was about to go back to his yard to cultivate. Yichen, a tall girl, walked towards him along the lake. It was Yuan Xuemei from the Rudra Martial School. Yichen smiled. Long time no see. How did you know I was here? Guests from influential institutions all live beside this lake. I saw you when I walked out of the yard. Yuan Xuemei stopped 3 meters in front of Yichen. Yichen nodded, then suddenly said in surprise, "You have reached the lake condensing reality realm. Congratulations." "There's nothing to congratulate me about. You, on the other hand, have improved a bit too fast. Not only have you reached the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm in just a few months, you have also managed to comprehend the half-step sword intent, which even I am jealous of." Sigh, comparisons are always odious. Yuan Xuemei said with admiration and admiration. Yichen rubbed his nose. The news travels fast. Of course. Yuan Xuemei rolled her eyes at Yichen and said, "Everything else is fine, but the fact that you've already comprehended the half-step sword intent is way too shocking. Even the leader of our Rudra Martial School had praised you as a top genius, a rare sword artist from the Windy Nation, and that you have a great chance to comprehend the true sword intent. You didn't call me just to praise me, did you?" Hearing him, Yuan Xuemei looked at Yichen with hope and said, "How did you master the half-step sword intent? Do you have any experience to share with me?" Just like Yichen, she was the #1 inner disciple of the Rudra Martial School. Her fighting power was no weaker than ordinary core disciples. If she could master a little bit of the sword intent, her power would definitely increase. Besides, if she could master a little bit of the sword intent, it would be much easier for her to step into the next level. Originally, she didn't have any plans, but the person who was closest to mastering the sword intent was Yichen, so it was better to ask him than to try and figure it out herself. Yichen smiled bitterly in his mind. "So, she came here for the sword intent." "I don't really know much about the sword intent, but if you want to talk about experience, I do have some. Tell me about it." Yuan Xuemei's eyes lit up. Yichen said, "The spirit, qi, and soul are perfectly merged into one point under the control of nature, and then released in the form of a sword. I think this should be the initial form of the sword intent." Of course, Yichen wouldn't say too much. In his words, there were not only the ancient explanations, but also his own thoughts. All in all, it was ambiguous and mysterious. Yuan Xuemei was lost in her thoughts. After a long while, she came back to her senses and said with a happy face, "Thank you so much. I can feel that the sword intent has become much clearer in my mind. Maybe I can really figure it out. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this." Even if Yichen didn't care about it, she wouldn't say it out loud. Everyone was selfish. If one less person could master the sword intent, they would feel superior. Yichen was surprised. Is it really that easy to understand? However, what he did not know was that the true spirit continent was full of martial arts, and there were a lot of things that were hard to understand. Compared to that, what he said was already very easy to understand. At least, For Yuan Shuame, Yi Chun was already a powerful person in her heart. I can't take advantage of you for nothing. This is a sword manual. I found it by accident. Although it's very ordinary and doesn't have much value, it can be used as a guide for sword artists. Yuan Shuame took out a thin book from her storage ring and handed it to Yi Chun. Yi Chun took it and took a look. On the cover of the book, there were 2 ancient characters, sword manual. All right, I'll go back and try to understand it. Yuan Shuame immediately said goodbye. She was afraid that if she stayed here for too long, that trace of understanding would disappear. Watching Yuan Shuame's back as she left, Yi Chun put away the sword manual and went back to the Green Willow house. Deep inside the main building of the Emerald Martial Palace, next to a crescent-shaped lake, the courtyard here was different from other places. It was tall, large, and magnificent. It was built with precious stones and covered a large area. Sister Ji, don't you want to come in and have a seat? Outside the courtyard, a male disciple with a noble aura asked Ji Shuiyan to stay. Ji Shuiyan shook her head and said, "No, Brother Shi, I'll go first." After saying that, she turned around and left. The male disciple, who was called Brother Shi, had a bad look on his face. He punched a huge hole in the thick wall of the courtyard without using any Jinqi. "Brother Shi, I'm Cui Shiming." At this moment, footsteps came from behind. The male disciple with a noble aura turned around, frowned, and said, "What are you doing here?" It was Cui Shiming, who was 17 or 18 years old, and was quite handsome. He was the one who had lost to Yi Chun before. He forced a smile. He was a bit scared of the man in front of him. This man was not an ordinary core disciple. He was one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, the stone man Shurpatian. He was as powerful as the extreme palm Lu Wuxiang, and was only second to the young Master Emerald, who had already stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. "Brother Shi, are you interested in Ji Shuiyan?" Cui Shiming smiled and asked. Shi Potion's face darkened. "Don't get involved in things that you shouldn't get involved in. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel." Cui Shiming hurriedly said, "Brother Shi, you misunderstood me. Why would I get involved in your business? I wouldn't dare to do that." "Then what do you mean?" "Brother Shi, do you know about Yi Chun?" "I do. Isn't he the famous Sky Cloud Martial School disciple who has comprehended the half-step sword intent? What does he have to do with him?" Cui Shiming said in a low voice. "Brother Shi, you still don't know about it, do you? The one who was engaged to Ji Shuiyan is Yi Chun. It's him." Shurpatian indeed knew that Ji Shuiyan was engaged to Yi Chun, but it was cancelled later. However, he didn't know who it was. Indeed, Yi Chun is the one who was engaged to Ji Shuiyan. Back then, he was still a useless cultivator and was not even noticed by Ji Shuiyan. But now, that useless cultivator has become a genius who has comprehended the half-step sword intent. It's hard to say that Ji Shuiyan won't be interested in him. Chapter 123. Hearing him, Shurpatian recalled that 2 hours ago, Ji Shuiyan's expression had obviously changed. She must have seen that disciple from the Sky Cloud Martial School named Yi Chun. Thinking about the fact that these two used to be engaged, Shurpatian could not help but feel jealous and angry. The woman he loved would never be allowed to have any relationship with anyone else, even if that relationship was no longer there. He would still be very unhappy. This Yi Chun, he needed to teach him a lesson. Looking at Cui Shiming, Shurpatian asked, "Do you have a grudge against Yi Chun?" Cui Shiming's face showed a ferocious expression. "This guy is evil and cunning. He defeated me and made me lose face in front of my junior sister, Yi Xian." He had liked Yi Xian for a long time. Their relationship was quite good before, but ever since he had been beaten by Yi Chun, she would only greet him coldly whenever she saw him, which was a huge blow to his self-esteem. He wished he could go back in time and kill Yi Chen until there was nothing left of him. Shirpatian sneered. Obviously, Yi Xian wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't want to expose him. You can leave now, Shirpatian said. Chui Shiming was confused. Brother Shir, are we just going to let him go like this? Let him go. Dream on. Tomorrow, during the celebration banquet, the disciples of the major sects will compare notes with each other. At that time, I will challenge him and make him lose face in front of everyone. It would be best if I can make him lose his mind. In this way, I can justifiably cripple him. If it was possible, Shirpatian wanted to kill Yi Chen right now. With his power, he could still do it. The so-called half-step sword intent was not even worth mentioning in front of absolute power. Chui Shiming was startled by Shirpotian's tone. He thought about all the people who had gone against him in the past, who were either killed or crippled, unable to continue their cultivation for the rest of their lives. Chui Shiming could not help but feel happy. Yi Chen, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too famous and making me lose face in front of Sister Yi Xian. Once you become a cripple, I will treat you well. After Chui Shiming left, Shirpatian murmured to himself, Junior Sister Ji, I will let you know that a loser will always be a loser. Even if you have comprehended the half-step sword intent, you are still a loser in front of me. Humph. The night came, and the stars shone brightly. Every big and small lake in the Emerald Marshal Palace was reflecting a bright moon. Beside the bright moon were many lotus clouds, high up in the sky. In the middle of Green Willow House, Yi Chen turned on the crystal light in the room and was reading the sword scripture. The sword scripture was not a secret book. It talked about the ancient swordsman's understanding of sword principles. Some of the theories were very shallow, and some were very profound. Just a word or two was enough to make people ponder endlessly. Some didn't talk about sword arts, but about mentality. What mentality could make people enter the best state, and what mentality could make people have a chance to break through the shackles of sword arts. There were even some descriptions of sword will, but it was very mysterious. Good book. Yi Chen couldn't help but praise. Although this sword scripture couldn't directly improve one's fighting ability and sword art, it could help a swordsman gain a lot of theoretical knowledge. Theoretical knowledge should never be underestimated. For a martial artist, he might be able to become a powerful warrior without any theoretical knowledge, but he would never be able to become a great master. A great master would need to have a huge knowledge base. Only in this way, he would be able to learn from hundreds of different schools of thought and create his own path and theory. As he immersed himself in the contents of the sword scripture, Yi Chen gradually forgot about the time. Outside the yard, the moonlight was like water, and the stars were shining brightly. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew over from afar, stirring up a part of the lake. The head elder and the others, who were resting, were all confused. Just now, they had sensed that there was a sharp chi flashing past, but when they tried to sense it carefully, they couldn't find anything. It was like it was just an illusion. Su Jing, who was meditating, opened her eyes. She subconsciously thought of Yi Chen, then closed her eyes and ignored him. There were only 13 pages in the sword scripture. Although Yi Chen had read it very carefully, he still finished it in less than half an hour. After waking up from his meditation, Yi Chen felt that his mind had become much clearer. Holding the hilt of the hidden cloud sword in his hand, Yi Chen could feel it even more clearly. He felt like something obscure was about to burst out from the bottom of his heart, which was extremely mysterious. It was the sword intent. After thinking for a while, Yi Chen found that his half-step sword intent had become even more solid. At his level, he had already reached a bottleneck, and breaking through it was not something that could be done in a day or two. He had to spend a long time to polish the sharpness of his sword intent. On the contrary, Even if there was only a slight improvement, he would be able to clearly sense it. If it was the half-step sword intent before, then now it was a step further from the half-step sword intent. There was only a thin layer of thin gauze between the half-step sword intent and the real sword intent. As long as there was a slight breeze, the gauze would be lifted, and the essence of the sword intent would emerge in his heart. Letting out a long breath, Yichun murmured to himself, "I did not expect that a normal sword spell could be so useful. It saved me a lot of time to train, and with just a little bit of comprehension, I will be able to master the sword intent in no time. I really have to thank you for this, Yuan Xuemei." At this moment, if Yuan Xuemei knew that Yi Chun had gained a lot from the sword scripture, she would definitely be stunned. She had been studying this sword scripture for a long time, but she couldn't find anything special about it. At most, it had made her fighting style more practical. Standing up, Yi Chun opened the window and looked at the moonlight for a while. After a while, when he had calmed down, Yi Chun closed the window and started his daily Zhen Qi training. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, the lake was shrouded in a thin layer of mist, which looked pure and holy. The quiet Emerald Martial Palace gradually became lively, filled with people's voices. Some of the leaders of the big forces, who couldn't make it to the Sky Cloud Martial School yesterday, had also arrived. The scene was 10 times more spectacular than the inner disciple ranking competition of the Sky Cloud Martial School. After all, young Master Emerald had stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, which was not something a small inner disciple ranking competition could compare with. If everything went well, in the next 10 years, young Master Emerald would definitely become the pillar of the Emerald Martial Palace, and his fame would definitely not be any less than the leaders of the top 5 martial institutions. During the celebration banquet, the most outstanding disciples from the top martial institutions will definitely compete with each other. At that time, we will be able to watch the top geniuses of the Windy Nation fight. Unfortunately, those top disciples won't come, otherwise it would be a grand occasion. It's already very good. People like North Snow Fastblade, Lynch, and Stoneman Shurpatian are basically as powerful as young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu. Only young Master Emerald, who has stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, is more powerful than the others. That's right, it's really scary. In the Emerald Martial Palace, it's already quite good to have one genius at the child level. In addition to young Master Emerald, the Absolute Palm, Lu Wuxiang, and the Stoneman Shurpatian are both at this level, plus the Traceless Snow Ji Shuiyan, who has recently emerged. There are 3 of them in total. Yeah, the Emerald Martial Palace has never been short of top geniuses. Although Lu Wuxiang and Shurpatian are listed in the second group of young generation in the Windy Nation, everyone knows that they are definitely the top of the second group. They are almost as powerful as young Master Duanmu and young Master North Snow. On the road between the lakes, some people who had just arrived were discussing with each other. Chapter 124. In the Green Willow House. After washing up, Yi Chun came to the main yard of the head elder's residence. In the yard, Luo Hanshan and Su Jing were already waiting there. After a while, the head elder and the 4th elder walked out of the hall. The head elder glanced at the 3 of them and said, "Let's go." On the way, the head elder reminded Yi Chun, "Don't let your emotions get the better of you during the competition. Remember, you are representing the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, not just yourself." "I know." Yi Chun nodded. Luo Hanshan, who was standing beside him, grinned and said, "Unless someone is trying to hurt you, nothing too embarrassing will happen. Besides, Su Jing and I will stand in front of you." The current Luo Hanshan was different from half a year ago. Back then, he had just regained his title as a genius and couldn't wait to prove himself. Therefore, he agreed to fight against the Palm Master Lu Wuxiang without hesitation. But now, Luo Hanshan was friendly and calm, giving people a sense of confidence. Hanshan, I know that you have made great progress in the past half a year, but don't underestimate Lu Wuxiang and Sherpa Tian. They are not simple people. The fourth elder interrupted. Luo Hanshan responded, Don't worry, fourth elder, I know what I'm doing. There was a large river between the main buildings of the Emerald Martial Palace and the outside world. Over the river, there were 3 magnificent stone bridges, each of which was 33 zhang long and 15 zhang wide, which could allow 10 horses to cross side by side without feeling crowded at all. At the moment, people were moving on the stone bridges, heading towards the main buildings. After crossing the bridge, an outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace walked up to them. My friends, the celebration will be held in the Baohua Square. Please follow me. The head elder nodded and followed behind the elder. After a while, the Baohua Square appeared in front of them. The square, which was hundreds of zhang wide, was entirely white with a hint of cyan, shining with a faint light, as if it was made from a giant piece of jade. It looked magnificent and noble. Seats had already been arranged on the square, and a third of the people had already taken their seats, while the rest of the people kept coming. This way, please. The outer elder of the Emerald Martial Palace led them to the second seat on the right-hand side of the main seat. The first seat was for the Rudra Martial School, and opposite to them were the North Snow Martial Academy and the Purple Sun Martial School. Judging from this, the Sky Cloud Martial School was ranked last among the top 5 martial institutions. The great elder didn't think much of it. He nodded and sat down. The fourth elder, Yi Chun, and the others took their seats. Turning his head, Yi Chun saw Yuan Shuime, who was smiling at him with a bright and beautiful smile. Looking at the other side, Ouyang Ming, who was tall and sturdy, first looked at Luo Hanshan with a scornful smile, then looked at Yi Chun with an even more scornful look. Second brother, was that young Master Hanshan, Luo Hanshan, really that powerful? The ugly teenager sitting next to Ouyang Ming asked. Oh, Yang Ming responded plainly, Why are you bringing up the past? How could he be as powerful as a young master now? Young Master Hanshan has already become a joke. I think the Windy Nation should re-rank the top 4 young masters, get rid of young Master Emerald, who is not at the same level as us, and kick out young Master Hanshan. Then there will still be 2 places left for the top 4 young masters. Eldest brother and second brother should be able to make it on the list. I have already thought of the names. Eldest brother will be called Young Master Benlei, and second brother, you will be called Young Master Godly Legs. The ugly teenager was very talkative and said flatteringly. Ouyang Ming paused for a second. Young Master Godly Legs was not a bad name. Suddenly, his face turned serious. He pretended to be angry and said, Don't talk nonsense. I don't deserve to be called a young master. The ugly teenager noticed Ouyang Ming's expression. He knew that Ouyang Ming wasn't angry at all, so he immediately added fuel to the fire. I am telling the truth, second brother. It's just that you became famous a little bit later. If you beat young Master Hanshan today, you will definitely become one of the top 4 young masters. Young Master Hanshan, I will beat him. I hope he can make me serious. Ouyang Ming squinted his eyes. On the other side, Yi Chun sneered in his mind. With his powerful soul power, he had heard their conversation clearly. This Ouyang Ming and the ugly teenager were indeed arrogant, not to mention young Master Hanshan. Even the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch from the North Snow Martial Academy was not that easy to deal with. When the red sun rose from the east, almost all the seats on the square were occupied. Only the people from the Emerald Martial Palace, who were the hosts, had not arrived yet. After a while, The door of the palace on top of the Baohua Square suddenly opened, and a group of people walked out. The man in the lead was about 40 years old. He was handsome with a long beard on his chin. He didn't look aggressive at all. Instead, he looked more gentle and elegant, like a middle-aged scholar who had read a lot of books. He gave people a perfect first impression. "Leader Zhuang, how have you been?" "Leader Zhuang, congratulations." Down below, all the leaders of the big parties stood up and cupped their fists. The middle-aged man had a big smile on his face. He waved his hand and signaled everyone to sit down. He had an indescribable aura around him. Who else could it be other than the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace? Zhuang Qingxian? Yichen slightly frowned. He didn't know why, but when he saw the middle-aged man, the image of Yu Buchuan from the wuxia novels flashed across his mind. On both sides of Zhuang Qingxian were 8 inner elders. Each of them had a powerful and immeasurable aura, almost as powerful as the head elder. And the 2 in the front were even more powerful than the head elder. Behind them were the 3 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Lu Wuxiang with a cold face, Shi Patian with a noble temperament, and Ji Shuiyan with a beautiful face. The last one was a male disciple with extremely white skin, who was even more handsome than a girl, and who had a pair of green eyes that flashed with an evil light. As the people from the Emerald Martial Palace sat down, Zhuang Qingxian said with a loud voice, "Today is my son Zhuang Fei's birthday celebration. Thank you all for coming all the way to the Emerald Martial Palace. It is my honor." "Leader Zhuang, what are you talking about? You have already given us face by inviting us here." "That's right. The Emerald Martial Palace is the #1 martial institution in the Windy Nation. How could we not come?" "The celebration is about to start. Why hasn't your son shown up yet?" Zhuang Qingxian smiled. He was very satisfied with the atmosphere. After today, the Emerald Martial Palace's dominant position would be even more unshakable, and they would completely dominate the other 4 martial institutions. "Everyone, please wait for a moment. My son will be here soon." As soon as Zhuang Qingxian's voice faded, a young man walked out of the palace. As if he was affected by an invisible force field, everyone's eyes were focused on him. The young man was about 18 or 19 years old. He had a jade-like face and a pair of eyes that looked like stars in the sky, shining brightly. He was tall and straight, wearing a green robe, which made him look noble and noble. Every step he took seemed to contain an inexhaustible magical power, which made everyone's heartbeat quicken. Seeing Luo Han's Han, Lin Qi's eyes burst out with an amazing fighting intent, but he soon calmed down. In Ouyang Ming's eyes, besides the fighting intent, there was more jealousy and ambition, which made him clench his fists tightly. As for Luo Han's Han, he seemed to be very calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Only Yichen could clearly sense that he was slightly sighing. The young man's identity was obvious. He was indeed the most powerful young martial artist of the Windy Nation, the Emerald Young Master, Zhuang Fei. Chapter 125. Young Master Emerald. He is only at the early clasping Yuan realm, but he is giving people the pressure of a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist. His potential is limitless. A leader of a powerful party gasped, "Leader Wang, you haven't heard of him, right?" When young Master Emerald stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, he was ambushed by a mid-level ghost guard under the ghost artist's command, but was killed by him with a single palm attack. Mid-level ghost guard. Back then, the ghost artist was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult. His ghost guards were invincible, and all of them were elites among elites. To become a mid-level ghost guard, one had to be at least at the peak of early clasping Yuan realm. The higher one's cultivation level was, the harder it was to kill someone with a higher cultivation. When a martial artist was at the mortal realm, it was not difficult to kill someone with a higher cultivation. And when a martial artist reached the condensing reality realm, it was not difficult to kill someone with a higher cultivation. However, once a martial artist reached the clasping yuan realm, killing someone with a higher cultivation would be quite difficult. Not to mention that those who could become mid-level ghost guards were all elites, and they could also kill people with a higher cultivation. Hearing this, the crowd looked at young Master Emerald in a different light. Most of them were at the mid-clasping yuan realm, and only a few of them had reached the late clasping yuan realm. In other words, most of them did not have the confidence to fight against young Master Emerald. Young Master Emerald glanced at the crowd, and his eyes stopped on Luo Hanshan for a second. Then he said, "Thank you all for coming to the celebration banquet. Zhuang Fei is deeply honored. In order to show the sincerity of the Emerald Martial Palace, there will be many wonderful performances today. I believe it will make you all happy." After saying some more appropriate words, young Master Emerald stepped back and gave the right to speak to the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Qingxian. Zhuang Qingxian walked to the front and said with a loud voice, "Without further ado, let the celebration banquet begin." Immediately, the sound of musical instruments came from all around, including drums, flutes, and zither, which made the atmosphere on the stage even more relaxed. Soon, beautiful maids brought breakfast and tea to the crowd. After the tea, the performance officially began. The first performance was called Candle Blowing. A short middle-aged man, who was at the early condensing reality realm, walked on the stage. He placed 13 candles on the ground in an S shape, then stepped back for 10 steps and slowly circulated his chi. It was the first time for the crowd to see this kind of performance, so they all showed some interest. "Who?" The stocky middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of white gas. The white gas was like a dart, and it easily extinguished the first candle. Then it bent to the side and extinguished the second candle. The third candle, when the 13th candle was extinguished, thunderous applause rang out. "Good, wonderful." It is quite rare for an early condensing reality realm warrior to be able to do this. Normally, the breath that came out of one's mouth would travel in a straight line and would never bend. Although clasping yuan realm warriors could do that, which clasping yuan realm warrior would want to show his face and perform on the stage. Plus, a performance was a performance after all, and it would be meaningless if a powerful warrior went on the stage. Yichen applauded softly. It was indeed marvelous. The other party should have cultivated a cultivation art that allowed him to maintain his aura. After a long period of training, it would not be difficult for him to achieve this. The following performances became more and more exciting, and many people were attracted by them. There were also some people who chatted while watching the performances. If they were thirsty, there were all kinds of fruits on the table beside them. If they had any requests, they could ask the beautiful maidservant beside them. Before they knew it, it was already noon. The lunch was quite sumptuous. There were food that could fly in the sky, swim in the water, run in the mountains. As long as they could be found in the market, they could be found here. And even if they couldn't be found in the market, they could be found here. The wine was the blue C3 flavors, which cost 3,000 silvers per bottle, the top-grade wine of the Windy Nation. Taking a sip of the wine, Luo Hanshan said, "After lunch, the real business is about to start. Don't be careless." The head elder only said 4 words. The 3 of them nodded. Su Jing suddenly said to Yi Chen, "Sure, Pa Tian, and that Emerald Martial Palace disciple have been staring at you. Be careful." Yi Chen said, "I know." He had been wondering why Sherpa Tian would look so fierce from time to time. Although he had hidden it very well, it still couldn't escape from Yi Chen's senses. The other person should be the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, and he was probably here to deal with Yi Chen on the side. The 4th elder hadn't said anything, but he was actually more anxious than anyone else. Luo Hanshan used to be one of the 4 young masters, but it was still unknown whether he was as powerful as a child now. he probably wouldn't be able to fight against the second-ranked disciples of the other martial institutions. He wasn't sure how powerful Su Jing was among the core disciples, but he only knew that the North Snow Fast Blade Lynch and the Stone Man Sure Patian were almost as powerful as a child. Fortunately, the Sky Cloud Martial School still had Yi Chun, although he was still not powerful enough. As long as he didn't lose too badly, with his half-step sword intent, he would be able to save a lot of face. Thinking of this, the fourth elder glanced at Yi Chun expectantly. A fiery sun was shining in the sky, sprinkling down thousands of golden beams of light. In the Baohua Square, everyone's faces were filled with expectation, waiting for the next performance. Zhuang Qingxian cleared his throat and said with a smile, "I think you all know what's going to happen next. Yes, it's going to be a competition between the disciples of the top martial institutions and other powerful forces. You can't kill your opponent. If anyone dares to violate this rule, I, Zhuang Qingxian, will have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your martial institutions. Also, the competition has to be consensual. If your opponent doesn't want to fight, you can't force him. Of course, I personally hope that everyone can participate. Leader Zhuang, we've been waiting for this moment. Let's start. Leader Zhuang, time waits for no man. Let's have a good show as soon as possible." Seeing some people showing an impatient look, Zhuang Qingxian smiled and said, "All right, the competition has officially started. Who wants to be the first one on the stage?" The ugly teenager from the Purple Sun Martial House stood up, walked to the stage, and made a fist and palm salute. "I am Zhang Qing, a core disciple of the Purple Sun Martial House. I want to challenge the core disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial House, Su Jing. Su Jing, do you dare to fight with me?" The ugly teenager Zhang Qing had a cousin named Zhao Gua. During a mission, he had a conflict with Su Jing and was severely injured by her. This made the other disciples of the Purple Sun Martial House angry. After all, they rarely suffered losses, and Zhao Gua was one of the top 10 inner disciples. They could not accept that. After that, as long as there was a chance, the powerful disciples of the Purple Sun Martial House would try to find trouble with Su Jing. However, they did not expect her to be so powerful. None of the inner disciples were her opponents, and those who tried to find trouble with her were all severely injured and humiliated. Now that there was a chance, Zhang Qing wanted to teach Su Jing a lesson on behalf of the Purple Sun Martial House and his cousin. Why not? Su Jing, who was dressed in white, stood up and walked up slowly. Zhuang Qingxian said, "All right, the two of you should try your best to control yourselves. You don't have to win or lose." Then he took a step back and sat on the wide chair behind him. Chapter 126. In the middle of the Baohua Plaza, Su Jing and Zhang Qing stood 30 steps away from each other. "Although it is just a competition, I will not hold back. I hope you can last a little longer." A dim light flashed on the surface of the storage ring, and a huge purple sword appeared in Zhang Qing's hand. This sword was half the length of a human, and its body was wide and thick. It looked quite heavy. Su Jing was barehanded. She did not have any weapons. She said coldly, 10 attacks is more than enough to take care of you." Zhang Qing's expression froze. He laughed with a deep voice. "All right, then I would like to see how you are going to beat me within 10 attacks. Don't cut your own tongue." Cut. Just as he finished talking, Zhang Qing held the sword with both of his hands and raised it high. Beams of purple and red light gathered on the tip of the sword, and he instantly threw it towards Su Jing. Shoo! 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 3 burning sword lights shot out, and even the air was melted. Su Jing was expressionless, but a huge fire halo appeared behind her head, shining brightly. With the help of the halo, Su Jing's aura suddenly increased, and she threw out 3 punches in a row towards the incoming sword light. Crack! Crackle! Like a popping sound, the sword light was shattered into pieces by Zhang Qing's fist power before it could even get close to Su Jing's body. Go down! Zhang Qing obviously did not expect 3 sword lights to be able to beat Su Jing. If he really could, then it would be too boring. As soon as Su Jing shattered the sword light, Zhang Qing took a step forward, turned into a shadow, and attacked towards Su Jing in an awkward way. The heavy sword body tore through the air, making a shrill sound. It was not hard to imagine that even with the Zhenqi layer, it would not be able to block out this sword attack. Chin. Under everyone's shocked gaze, Su Jing adjusted her posture and threw out a punch that was covered in a golden light. The huge sword in Zhang Qing's hand was almost blown away. He was shocked. Although the sword in his hand was not a low-rank greatsword, it was still one of the top of the normal greatswords. Combined with his powerful Zhenqi, it still could not compete with his opponent's fist. What a joke! Piss off! After blowing away the huge sword with one punch, a solid golden light burst out from Su Jing's body. Puff, puff, puff. At the critical moment, Zhang Qing condensed 6 purplish-red Zhenqi shields in front of him. There was 1 in the middle and 5 around him, protecting him tightly. However, he had underestimated the impact of the golden light and was forced to retreat. Yichen smiled faintly. To be honest, he wasn't worried about Su Jing at all. At this moment, she probably hadn't even used 60% of her strength, and the most terrifying thing about her was that she could use 60% of her strength to 80%, or even 90%. Of course, Zhang Qing did not use his full strength. It was just that it would be very difficult for him to defeat Su Jing. What the hell is Zhang Qing doing? Why isn't he using his full strength? On the Ziyang Martial School's side, Ouyang Ming, who was sitting on a chair, frowned. A few cracks appeared on the hard ground of the Baohua Square. Zhang Qing stopped and said in a low voice, "You are qualified enough for me to use my full power." After Zhang Qing finished speaking, a purplish-red light rose from his body. The light was like an inextinguishable flame, burning brighter and brighter. Finally, it flowed along Zhang Qing's hands and merged into the big sword, causing the whole big sword to be covered in flames. It was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Purple sun sword, aura. As Zhang Qing swung his sword down, the purplish-red light transformed into a gigantic, illusory sword, which was tens of meters long, and swung towards Su Jing. The gigantic illusory sword was way too powerful. It even sucked up all the air in front of it. A loud sonic boom shook the air on the square like water ripples. This sword attack is quite powerful. I think she is going to lose. On the Emerald Martial School's side, Shi Patian was sitting there calmly, with a faint smile on his face. Luo Han's Han looked a bit worried. Zhang Qing's power was more or less out of his expectation, and this martial skill was not simple either. It was especially used to deal with warriors who liked to fight head-on. Unfortunately, Sister Su Jing was exactly this kind of warrior. Brother Luo, don't worry, Sister Su will win. For her, this is just an appetizer. Yichen said, "Oh, I hope so." Luo Han's Han didn't know why Yichen was so confident in Sister Su Jing, but he knew that it would be great if Sister Su Jing could win. Lose. Zhang Qing gathered all of his Zhenqi into this sword attack. His face slightly blushed. Right at the moment when the sword attack was launched, Su Jing's eyes suddenly turned sharp. A burst of golden light burst forth, and another ring of flames condensed behind her head, trapping the first ring of flames within it. It was a ring within a ring. Luo Han's Han shouted in a low voice, "The 8th level of the Golden 3 Realm Art." With the help of the 2 fiery halos, Su Jing's power increased by 30%, and the bright golden light had completely solidified, shooting straight up into the sky. Crack! She put her hands together, and the gigantic, illusory sword was blocked by Su Jing without moving even a little bit. As she suddenly shook it, the gigantic sword exploded, and Zhang Qing was sent flying backwards while vomiting blood. 3 moves. You're only at this level. Su Jing's face didn't even blush, and she didn't even gasp for breath. You. Zhang Qing crawled back up from the ground and vomited another mouthful of blood. Zhuang Qingxian glanced at Su Jing in surprise, then raised his voice and said, "All right, the first round is over. Who else wants to go?" Shirpatian stared at Yi Chun and sent a message to the handsome teenager standing next to him. "Qingjun, you go, and try that Yi Chun. If he can't beat him, I'll have to do it myself." Originally, he wanted to do it himself, but after careful consideration, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Yi Chun had just become famous not long ago, and he wasn't even a true core disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School yet, while Shirpatian was already one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Even if he beat Yi Chun, people would still gossip about him, which was not a good idea. Therefore, it would be better to let Qingjun, who was also the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, go first. Although Qingjun wasn't a core disciple, yet his fighting power could be ranked in the top 15 among the core disciples. If everything went well, it wouldn't be too hard for him to beat Yi Chun. Qingjun, who was even more handsome than a girl, responded, "Brother Sure, he has only mastered the half-step sword intent. His power is very weak. There is no need for you to do it. I can beat him easily." Shirpatian nodded and said, "Remember, don't let him have an easy time. Don't worry, I have been cultivating the great natural splitting force. Once I do, I will make him lie on the bed for at least 10 days or half a month. As for stopping when the time is right, that's just for show. Do you really want to have a friendly competition? That would be too boring." Shirpatian slightly nodded, then looked at Yi Chun with a hideous smile on his face, and thought, "It seems that I don't have to do it anymore. Qingjun alone is enough to disappoint you. Leader, I want to challenge Yi Chun of the Sky Cloud Martial School." Qingjun stood up and walked up. Zhuang Qingxian laughed out loud and said, "Good, you are the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, and Yi Chun is the number 1 inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Yi Chun, do you dare to fight me?" Qingjun looked at Yi Chun. Chapter 127. All of a sudden, everyone turned to look at Yi Chun. Those leaders who had been to the Sky Cloud Martial School to watch the inner disciple ranking competition all knew him, while those who had never been there were all talking about him. "He is that Yi Chun, he is so young. At such a young age, he has already mastered the half-step sword intent. How incredible! Once he masters the real sword intent, his potential will be as great as that of the Emerald Child. Unfortunately, he is still not there yet." Yeah, that Qingjun, the number 1 inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, has such a strong Zhenqi vibration. He has obviously reached the peak of the late condensing reality realm. Since Zhuang Qingxian let him fight, he must be very powerful. Maybe he is already at the top of the core disciples. Top of the core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. This is very valuable. Yi Chun should be able to win. Most of the people did not think highly of Yi Chun, but they were very optimistic about his future. After all, he was the first one among the young generation who had mastered the half-step sword intent. It was very likely that he would be able to master the real sword intent in the future. Slowly standing up, Yi Chun did not say anything and walked straight onto the stage. "You have mastered the half-step sword intent. Not bad, but you have to remember, in this world, power is everything. No one cares about what you have actually mastered." Seeing Yi Chun walk onto the stage without hesitation, Qingjun sneered, slightly raised his chin, and looked down at Yi Chun. Yi Chun said calmly, "You are right. Power is everything. You are barely enough to make me fight with all of my power. Don't be so arrogant. Don't think that just because you are the number 1 inner disciple of the Sky Cloud Martial School, You are just an ordinary inner disciple in the Emerald Martial Palace. Chung Jun did not give any face to the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School. He tried his best to belittle the average level of the disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The head elder's face was filled with anger. The Emerald Martial Palace was getting more and more arrogant. Even a small inner disciple did not put the Sky Cloud Martial School in his eyes. In the past, they only talked behind their backs, but now they said it right in front of him. Huh! The head elder snorted coldly. His voice contained a clasping Yuan realm zhenqi. Everyone could sense the head elder's anger. Zhuang Qingxian glanced at the head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School and scolded Chung Jun. Everything will be judged by the public. How dare you judge it yourself? Although Chung Jun didn't sense Zhuang Qingxian's anger, he knew that he couldn't go overboard. He immediately cupped his fists towards the crowd and said, Chung Jun is a straightforward person. I've made a fool of myself. After that, his eyes turned sharp, and he said to Yi Chen, whether what I said is true or not, let the results prove it. Buzz. The storage ring flickered with a dim light, and the hidden cloud sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. He slowly unsheathed the sword and pointed it at Chung Jun. Yi Chen said coldly, if I can't defeat you within 5 movements, I lose. Everyone was shocked by his words. The head elder's face darkened. Before he came here, he had told Yi Chen not to act impulsively. In here, he was not only representing himself, but the entire Sky Cloud Martial School, and he had to think about the Sky Cloud Martial School first. How could he have completely forgotten about that? Defeating Chung Jun within 5 movements was not an easy task, and if he failed to do so, everyone would undoubtedly look down on him and think that he was a braggart. Luo Hanshan couldn't help but say, Brother Yi, you are too impulsive. Not necessarily. Su Jing was a man of few words. The 4th elder gave a bitter smile and said, do you really think that Yi Chen can defeat Chung Jun within 5 movements? If I'm not wrong, this Chung Jun is at least one of the top core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace. Although I hate to admit it, judging only from the sense of power released from his body, he can be ranked in the top 7 or even the top 6 among all the core disciples of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Besides, some of the leaders, the young generation, all shook their heads as well. They all thought that Yi Chen was too arrogant, especially Shirpatian. He sneered in his mind. It would have been better if Yi Chen hadn't said those words, but if he failed to do so, then he would have lost a lot of face. I can't believe that this Yi Chen is even more stupid and arrogant than I thought. Ouyang Ming sneered, reckless. On the Rudra Martial School's side, Yuan Shuamei had long hated Chung Jun. She actually hoped that Yi Chen could defeat Chung Jun within 5 movements, although it was almost impossible. You are looking for death. Chung Jun's clothes started to flutter, even though there was no wind. Beams of cyan and purple light burst out from his body. He moved his feet slightly, leaving cracks on the ground. His whole body shot out like a blade. His palm was as straight as a blade, and he threw out a palm attack. Swoosh! The air was sliced open, and a cyan and purple light blade shot out from his palm, attacking towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not step back. Instead, his calm temperament suddenly turned sharp. Wave after wave of sword power burst out from his body. His whole body seemed to have turned into a cloud, a sword that was accumulating power and was about to explode with an amazing destructive power. First movement. As he stabbed out with his sword, Yi Chen's whole body turned illusory. His sword power was not stable, and his figure was not stable either. He was like a floating cloud in the sky, and was not bound by his normal state. Crack! The cyan and purple light blade went through Yi Chen's illusory figure, leaving a deep crack on the ground. At the same time, Yi Chen's sword had already pierced towards Chung Jun's chest. What kind of sword art is this? Chung Jun was shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Chen's sword art and body movement would be so weird. He was about to hit his opponent, but he missed it by a hair's breadth. A trace of anger flashed past Cheng Jun's face. He crazily activated his Zhen Qi, natural purple crystal qi. The cyan and purple light gathered together and condensed into a purple crystal-like shield in front of Cheng Jun's chest. The shield was crystal clear and had 8 flat surfaces. The edges of the shield were emitting a faint halo, firmly protecting Cheng Jun's body. As for the other parts of his body, they were also covered by a layer of purple crystal qi. Yi Chen didn't make any changes. He still stabbed out with his hidden cloud sword. The sword power contained a horrifying half-step sword intent, which made it even more condensed. Puff! The purple crystal shield was broken. It couldn't even block a little bit of Yi Chen's attack. What? The natural purple crystal qi was broken. Sherpa Tian clenched his fist so hard that the teacup he had just picked up was smashed into pieces. The tea splashed everywhere. No wonder he was so shocked. The natural purple crystal qi was one of the natural great splitting force, which was a low-rank Earth realm martial art from the Emerald Martial Palace. It was not weaker than Lu Wuxiang's blue murderous qi. In terms of destructive power, it was even more powerful. An ordinary late condensing reality realm martial artist might not be able to break the natural purple crystal qi even if he used all of his power. But now, it couldn't even block a single sword attack from Yi Chen. Young Master Emerald's expression slightly changed. The power of the half-step sword intent had really surprised him. "Piss off!" Cheng Jun yelled out. The natural purple crystal qi around his body grew thicker and thicker once again. It slowed down the sword tip. After that, he raised his right hand and slapped towards Yi Chen's head. The strong wind blew Yi Chen's hair into the air. He also yelled out, "Dominate the world!" Boom! All of the surrounding Yuan Qi was sucked out and injected into Yi Chen's left fist. Yi Chen then threw out his fist with an unstoppable power, clashing against Cheng Jun's palm attack. There was no expected loud bang. Neither were there any broken bricks or people flying away. The black light and the cyan-purple light were devouring each other, trying their best to fight against each other. Some of the weaker young warriors felt a bit uncomfortable. It was as if they knew that thunder was coming, but they could only see lightning bolts flashing across the sky without any sound of thunder. It was both weird and depressing. Right at this moment, a thunderous boom finally broke out. The black light and cyan-purple light scattered on the stage, shooting out in all directions. Such a strong qi power. The leaders of the powerful parties all made their moves. They created a thick layer of qi wall in front of their own area, blocking the qi power from spreading and destroying the surrounding area. All of a sudden, the transparent qi wall started to ripple. The two of them separated right after they touched each other. Yi Chen was still in the air. He waved out a sword attack. Limitless Cloud. The thick sword qi was extremely powerful. Wherever it went, the air seemed to have been swept away. It then hacked towards Cheng Jun along with a destructive power. Damn it! Cheng Jun was extremely angry. He gathered all of his Zhen Qi into his right palm and threw it towards the sword qi. Crackle! The Zhen Qi on the edge of his palm was completely broken. Cheng Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. His meridians had been injured by the remaining sword qi. Unbelievable! The two had only exchanged 3 attacks, and Cheng Jun had already been injured. Was he really defeated in 5 attacks? Half-step sword intent is even more powerful than I had imagined. Luckily, it is not the real sword intent yet. Otherwise, Cheng Jun would not have been able to handle the first attack. But there are still 2 more attacks left. Cheng Jun should be able to handle it. If he couldn't handle it, then he would lose face. Before, he had been trying to belittle the average level of the Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples. But now, he has been defeated in 5 attacks. It is like being slapped in the face. Seeing Chungjun being injured, everyone was shocked. "Yi Chen, you want to defeat me in 5 attacks? In your dreams. I will make you regret it." Chungjun's eyes were completely red. He forcibly activated his Zhen Qi and crushed the sword Qi that had invaded his body. Then, he walked towards Yi Chen step by step. With every step he took, the ground would crack and the natural amethyst Qi around his body would increase by a bit. By the 7th step, the natural amethyst Qi had condensed into the shape of a sharp blade. At this moment, Chungjun had already surpassed his own limit. He had forcibly pushed his natural splitting force to the peak of the 8th level, and his Zhen Qi had condensed into the shape of a blade. Break. Facing Yi Chen, Chungjun raised his right hand high and swung it forward. Swoosh! The side blade phantom followed Chungjun's hand gesture and flew out, the aftershock cutting terrifying cracks on the surface of the square. The surrounding air was like water, with many wrinkles appearing, cut by the side blade phantom one by one, and then exploded into pieces, exploding into turbulence. The peak of the 8th level of the natural splitting force, I can definitely defeat him. Sure Potion's eyes were fixed on the square. He couldn't wait to see Yi Chen's body being smashed into pieces. Ouyang Ming sneered. Yi Chen, who had mastered the half-step sword intent, would be a threat sooner or later. It was a good thing that he had been defeated now. Su Jing and Luo Hanshan both frowned slightly. By now, she was no longer sure that Yi Chen would be able to defeat Chungjun. After all, Chungjun's breakthrough was way too sudden. No one had expected that the pressure and humiliation would actually help him break through. Compared to Yi Chen's luck was way too bad. Facing this horrifying attack, the Zhen Qi inside Yi Chen's body exploded on its own. Vaguely, there seemed to be an invisible barrier in the deepest part of his dantian being broken. The circulation speed of his Zhen Qi increased drastically, and the natural Yuan Qi poured into his body like a funnel. Right then, Yi Chen had also made a breakthrough just like Chungjun. But the difference was that his cultivation had reached the late condensing reality realm. Feeling the powerful Zhen Qi circulating inside his body, Yi Chen raised his eyes. His sharp gaze was almost tangible, and it turned into an illusory sword Qi that shot out, piercing everyone's eyes. Chapter 128. Lu Hanshan was shocked. Brother Yi has reached the late condensing reality realm? Lu Hanshan was already shocked when he heard that Chungjun had already reached the peak of the 8th stage of the great natural splitting force. He felt that this kind of thing was very rare. Not every pressure could help a person make progress. Otherwise, the whole true spirit realm would be in chaos, with people fighting each other to death every day. It could only be said that pressure could help a person make a breakthrough. However, he didn't expect that Yi Chen had also made a breakthrough, and it was a breakthrough in his cultivation, directly reaching the late condensing reality realm from the peak of the mid-condensing reality realm. Judging from the great Yuan Qi vibration, his late condensing reality realm cultivation seemed to be much more solid than ordinary people, and his Zhen Qi didn't seem to be unstable at all. Yi Chen took a step forward, along with which sharp airflow spread out in all directions. It was as if Yi Chen's entire body had been merged with the eye of a storm, and a shocking sword aura rose into the sky. He held the sword with one hand and simply swung it down. My sword! What's going on? Why did my sword come out of the sheath by itself? There were many inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace on the scene, and many of them had swords with them. However, at this moment, their swords flew out of their sheaths uncontrollably, attacking towards Chungjun along with Yi Chen's sword aura. A few of them were relatively powerful and managed to grab onto their swords in time. However, no matter how hard they tried to activate their Jinqi, their swords still couldn't stop shaking. Huh! One of the inner elders of the Emerald Martial Palace snorted and waved his hand, cutting off the connection between the sword intent and those swords. Without the support of those swords, although the thick sword qi released by Yi Chen wasn't as powerful as before, it was still extremely sharp. Waves of white qi were formed behind the sword qi, which looked like rapidly changing clouds, pushing the sword qi forward. Crack! The sword qi clashed with the blade silhouette, and in the next moment, the blade silhouette was cut into two. The sword qi, which had shrunk to 1/3 of its original size, didn't lose any of its power, and fiercely struck on Cheng Jun's protective purple crystal qi. A shocking amount of blood splattered out, and a sword wound appeared on Cheng Jun's chest. It was so deep that it could reach his bones, and this was because the sword qi had changed direction midway and flew into the sky. Cheng Jun's chest wound was only cut by the aftershock of the sword qi. Otherwise, he would not be alive. Puff! Cheng Jun spat out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood actually contained traces of sword qi, and it pierced through the ground. His face instantly turned pale and bloodless, and he was about to kneel on the ground. Suddenly, a figure landed beside Cheng Jun and supported him. He was an inner elder of the Emerald Martial Palace. 4 moves. He defeated Cheng Jun with 4 moves. That sword move just now has touched the edge of sword intent, right? Yes, I also felt a sharp, intense sweep through my heart. I thought it was just an illusion. I heard that once the sword intent is unleashed, it can sever the will of the void, making it impervious to all evils. What ability does this kid possess to actually touch sword insight first? Alas! Of course, most of them were jealous. At their age, it would be very difficult for them to improve their cultivation. They could only improve their combat strength in other aspects. Without a doubt, sword intent and saber intent were the dream of all of them. If these 2 things could be bought, they would buy them even if they had to spend all their wealth. They would do so at all costs. On the Sky Cloud Martial School's side, the head elder and the 4th elder let out a relieved smile. Yi Chen's outstanding performance was already a well-known fact, and they would definitely report it to their leader when they got back. Lu Hanshan shook his head, looked at Su Jing, and said, "Amazing! Now I finally understand what you mean. Perhaps he can lead us out of the Windy Nation and compete with those young geniuses from the South Shore region." Su Jing didn't answer, but instead, she asked, "You are also at the child level now, right?" Lu Hanshan didn't respond, but his eyes were shining brightly. The Emerald Martial Palace's inner elder, who was holding Cheng Jun's arm, helped him to expel the sword qi from his body. Seeing that Cheng Jun was severely wounded, he abruptly turned around, looked at Yi Chen, and yelled harshly, "It's just a competition, but you attacked so cruelly. Let me teach you a lesson." After saying that, he threw a slap towards Yi Chen. Bang! The air vibrated intensely, and Yi Chen was forced to step back. In front of him, the Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder appeared out of nowhere, smashed his opponent's palm attack with a single slap, and yelled, "Chengyu, don't go too far. Yi Chen has already shown you mercy. Do you really think that you can bully our Sky Cloud Martial School's disciples?" You, that Emerald Martial Palace's inner elder, had a fierce look in his eyes. Cheng Jun was his grandson, and he had always had high hopes for him. But today, not only was he defeated within 4 moves, he had also suffered a serious internal injury. He felt that his blood was rushing to his head, and he was about to lose his mind. Zhuang Qingxian threw a complicated glance at Yi Chen, then yelled at the Emerald Martial Palace's inner elder, "Haven't you lost enough face? Take Cheng Jun to get his wounds treated." After the inner elder took Qingjun away, Zhuang Qingxian took a deep breath and said, "This is just a competition. I hope you guys can control yourselves. Don't force yourselves to fight." Just now, Yi Chen had indeed shown mercy to Qingjun. Therefore, Zhuang Qingxian didn't dare to say anything. Otherwise, he would leave an unfair impression on the crowd, which would damage his reputation. After that, the competition continued. However, all of the battles were between the young warriors from the other big powers. None of the truly powerful young warriors felt that it was not the right time yet. At this moment, Patian was very unhappy. Just now, he had taken a glance at Ji Shuiyan and found that she had been staring at Yi Chun without even noticing him. This made him feel that he had been completely ignored. Although she had never been very interested in him before, at least she had maintained a certain amount of respect for him. In his eyes, their relationship was already quite good, and there was still some hope. However, right now, that little hope had been completely destroyed. Yi Chen, don't think too highly of yourself just because you've won against Qingjun. The real child-level power is not something you can imagine. After a few more battles, I will let you know what the gap between us is and what despair is. I will destroy your half-step sword intent and make you wish you were dead. Potion's expression was still the same, but his mind was in turmoil. He had already come up with a plan, which was to completely shatter Yi Chen's confidence. A sword artist who had lost his confidence would probably lose his sword intent, not to mention that Yi Chen hadn't even comprehended the real sword intent yet. Patian glanced at Yi Chen with an evil look in his eyes. Among the inner disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, Yi Xian stared at Yi Chen, who was sitting on the chair. Just now, if it weren't for the inner elders, her sword would have been unsheathed by itself and merged with Yi Chen's sword aura. She couldn't understand how a man who used to be so useless could suddenly shine so brightly, and it was getting brighter and brighter, almost reaching the peak of the young generation in the Windy Nation. Sister Yi, he can only be arrogant for a short while. This time, Brother Shi will teach him a lesson. Cui Shiming, who was standing on the side, said casually. Yi Xian paused for a second. That's not going to be easy. You underestimate Brother Shi too much. Not to mention Yi Chen, even young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu might not be able to win against Brother Shi. He has already reached the real child-level power. He only needs the title of child. After saying these words, Cui Shiming felt very proud. He knew that once Patian attacked, he would definitely make his opponent pay a great price. As for what the price would be, he didn't know. However, he knew that he had to work even harder in the future. Yi Xian was very talented, and her current power was almost the same as his. It was very likely that she would surpass him in the future, which made him feel a bit threatened. Yu would like to challenge the core disciple of the Rudra Martial School, Nangong Yun. As another round of sparring ended from the North Snow Martial Academy, Blade Yu suddenly walked out and challenged Rain Man Nangong Yun. It's Blade Yu. Before Lynch grew up, he was recognized as the second most powerful warrior among the young generation in the North Snow Martial Academy. Yu's blade skills are extremely powerful. Although Lynch has caught up with him, he still might not be able to beat him. But Rain Man Nangong Yun is not bad either. I heard that he has received the teachings of the leader of the Rudra Martial School and is training the Sky Holy Water spell. Sky Holy Water spell. Isn't it the early stage of the South Rudra Martial School's most powerful spell? Everyone was talking about it. Although the sparring between Yi Chen and Qingjun was very interesting, it was not a child-level battle after all. Currently, other than young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu, there were Patian and Lu Wuxiang from the Emerald Martial Palace, Qin Yulian from the South Rudra Martial School, Zhu Mei from the Sky Cloud Martial School, Ouyang Lai from the Purple Sun Martial School, and Lynch from the North Snow Martial Academy. The others could only be considered as potential child-level warriors. Blade, Yu Yu, and Rain Man Nan Gongyun were one of them. Of course, although it was widely acknowledged, there were still some inaccuracies. Maybe the child-level warriors were not that powerful, and the potential child-level warriors were the real child-level warriors. Nan Gongyun walked out with a smile on his face. Yu Yu, I knew you would challenge me. The fight from half a year ago is not over yet. That's right. We have to find a winner in this fight. There are too many powerful warriors nowadays. If we don't work hard to break through, there will be no place for us. Yu Yu was more than 2 meters tall, with a strong and sturdy waist. As he stood there, a powerful blade, aura spread out in all directions. It was as if he had turned into a blade, a heavy and fast blade, ready to launch a fatal attack at any time. Nan Gongyun said seriously, "If that's the case, then let's do it. I also hope to find a breakthrough from the pressure." Crazy Demon Blade. Yu was like a ferocious tiger. He took a step forward, and the distance of dozens of steps was completely ignored. His blade split the air open, and along with the illusory blade shadows, he hacked towards Nan Gongyun. Chin. Nan Gongyun waved her hand, and a wave of water-like zhenqi spread out. It turned into dozens of transparent sword lights in the air, flying towards the blade shadows. Seeing Nan Gongyun's attack, Yichen was shocked. What a great skill! She has refined her zhenqi to be like water, but heavier than water. Just like heavy water, 1 drop of zhenqi would weigh hundreds of pounds, and dozens of drops would be almost impossible to block. Luo Hanshan, who was quite knowledgeable, explained to Yichen, "The leader of the Rudra Martial School has a very mysterious background. No one knows where she came from. She rose to power in a mysterious way, then founded one of the top 5 martial institutions, the Rudra Martial School. The most powerful martial art of the Rudra Martial School is called the Holy Water Spell. It is very magical. It is said that once you cultivate it to the extreme, a single drop of zhenqi can weigh tens of thousands of pounds, and you can even control the rain and increase the amount of water in a certain area. This holy water spell is the early stage of the holy water spell. It should only have 1/5 of the power of the Rudra Martial School, but it is still very powerful." Yichen nodded. He had heard about the leader of the Rudra Martial School before. Although she was a woman, she was as ambitious as any man. She had built the Rudra Martial School into one of the top 5 martial institutions. In terms of overall power, she was even slightly stronger than the Sky Cloud Martial School. Of course, the Sky Cloud Martial School was actually very powerful before. However, after being tricked by the Purple Sun Martial School, they lost a lot of their powerful martial artists and fell from rank 8 to rank 9. Even now, they were still trying to recover. Facing the powerful zhenqi, Yu was not afraid at all. He waved his heavy long blade, and the strong blade light made the water splash. 8 mountain-breaking movements. Suddenly, Yu leapt up and threw out a normal-looking blade attack. Puff! Nan Gongyun's zhenqi was cut open layer by layer, and the cracks spread quickly. Some of the zhenqi in the shape of water drops even fell on the ground, creating thousands of holes. Water curtain combined. Taking 3 steps back, Nan Gongyun put her palms together and pushed forward. Walala! The rest of the zhenqi turned into a water ball and clashed with Yu's long blade, forcing Yu to take dozens of steps back. Chapter 129. Great! The Sky Holy Water Spell is indeed worthy of its reputation. Now, take my second movement. With a single kick, the blade aura around Yu's body became even more aggressive. He held the blade in his hand and swung it horizontally. Woo, woo, woo. The blade light was as fast as lightning. It covered a distance of 20 steps in just one attack. Nangong did not dare to underestimate the attacking power of the blade light. The water Zhen Qi around his body suddenly increased by a few times. It looked like a stream of water between him and the blade light. Boom! The water formed by the Zhen Qi shot out in all directions. Each drop of water was extremely destructive. It could easily kill a normal mid-condensing reality realm warrior. Third movement. Yu was about to attack for the third time. Do you really think you can beat me? Water Wolf 10 Shadow Kill. Nangong did not wait for his opponent to attack. He drew a circle in front of him with his right arm. The surging water Zhen Qi came out of the circle. It turned into countless evil wolves that jumped towards Yu. Crack! One of the wolves jumped on Yu's body. It bit a hole in his protective Zhen Qi. Yu laughed. His body shook. The wolf formed from Zhen Qi was shattered. The long blade in his hand was not slow at all. He slashed at the heads of the wolves that jumped on him. Water Wolf 100 Shadow Kill. The previous move was just a buffer for the next move. With enough time, Nangong body emitted a domineering aura that was different from his appearance. His gentle face also became stern. Both of his hands simultaneously drew a circle. The majestic water wave, Zhen Qi, compressed into a ball and rushed out. A woo, a woo, a woo. The water ball that was half the size of a human suddenly exploded. Dozens of calf-sized evil wolves jumped towards Yu. That horrifying aura made some of the young warriors with lower cultivation turn pale. They thought to themselves, if they had to face this attack, not even their bones would be left. Yu looked extremely serious. His opponent was even more powerful than he had imagined. However, he was born with a wild aura. He was not scared at all. He roared and rushed up. Fourth movement. Fifth movement. Sixth movement. Seventh mountain splitter. Brandishing his blade 4 times in a row, the wolves formed from Zhen Qi exploded one after another, leaving only a few big and small cats. However, the situation was even more dangerous than before. Nangong imposing aura was even more vigorous and powerful, and a prehistoric evil qi burst out from his body. Rumble! The ground around Nangong Yun's body started to shake. The water ripples around Nangong Yun's body started to expand and change shape, as if some kind of powerful creature was about to be born and devour everything. He couldn't wait any longer. Yu's scalp went numb. He knew that if he continued to wait, he would be in a very bad situation. Surging pure qi gathered in his arms. Yu raised both of his hands up high. The ferocious blade aura caused the air to become chaotic, forming a huge whirlpool. Mountain Splitter 8. As the saber slashed out, the airflow around Nangong abruptly split apart. It was as if the airflow had solidified. It was clear how powerful the saber's oppressive force was. Nangong clothes fluttered in the wind as she suddenly twisted her hands. Tiger shark break. Rumble. The water ripples finally condensed and turned into a 20 meters long, terrifying tiger shark. The tiger shark shook its head and tail. Not only did it swallow the saber light, it also swallowed Yu. Ouyang Ming gasped. How could this Nangong be so powerful as well? Besides the fact that they were evenly matched at the beginning, she had been suppressing Yu. Materializing Zhen Qi is indeed powerful. It was also Yi Chen's first time witnessing a battle of this level. It was indeed not something a normal peak late condensing reality realm warrior could compare with. Pop! The tiger shark's tail suddenly exploded. A beam of saber light landed on Nangong protective Zhen Qi layer. Nangong face turned pale as blood leaked out from the corner of her mouth. Her body was pushed back for more than 10 steps. She then looked at Yu. Right now, he was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. He had finally broken the tiger shark with a single attack. He stood there without moving, looking extremely aggressive. "You are much more powerful than half a year ago," Nangongyan said slowly. Yu Yu grinned. "Unfortunately, I lost to you." Before he could finish, Yu Yu puked out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Nangongyan shook her head. "I had also exhausted all my abilities. Let's call it a draw." "A loss is a loss. What do you think I am? Just keep working hard. I will not lose again next time." It seemed like Yu was quite injured. He was staggering a bit when he turned around. Nangongyan smiled and went back to her seat. "Your saber was a bit slow, otherwise you could have broken the Zhenqi tiger shark." As Yu Yu sat down, Lynch suddenly said. Yu Yu was a bit shocked. He took a deep look at Lynch. The head elder of the North Snow Martial Academy smiled. Although Yu Yu had lost, at least he had injured Nangongyan, which was not too bad. Besides, they still had Lynch, who was even more powerful. Sure, Patian was a bit surprised by Nangongyan's power, but he didn't care too much about it. In this competition, he only wanted to beat two people. One was Lu Hanshan, who used to be one of the top 4 childs. Only by beating him would he be able to inherit the title of child. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a proper title. He was quite confident about this. He only needed to go through the formality. Of course, before that, he needed to take care of Yi Chen first, destroy his half-step sword intent, and make him wish he was dead. Unfortunately, it was not the right time yet. If he challenged Yi Chen right away, people would easily think that he was trying to take revenge for Cheng Jun by challenging Yi Chen on purpose. In this way, Yi Chen would be able to seize the opportunity to refuse the challenge. He could even use the excuse that he had consumed too much of his power and hadn't fully recovered yet. Those people who were watching the fight would definitely stand on his side. If he didn't attack, then he would leave no room for his opponent to retreat. I'll let you be arrogant for a bit longer." Sure, Patian tried his best to control his impulsive emotions. The competition was a friendly competition between disciples from all the top martial institutions and powerful forces. It could not only make the disciples feel pressured, but also help them learn something from the intense fights. Even if they couldn't make a breakthrough right now, they could still strengthen themselves and prepare for future breakthroughs. At this moment, a disciple challenged Yuan Shuemei. The crowd looked over and saw that he was wearing a yellow robe with a black snake pattern embroidered on his sleeves. It was the symbol of the Black Snake Martial School, one of the 4 rank 9 institutions in the Windy Nation. It turned out that this person was the head disciple of the Black Snake Martial School. He knew that he had no chance of winning against the other disciples from the top martial institutions. Only Yuan Shuemei, who was not that famous, seemed to be a bit easier to deal with. If he could beat her, it would be a great honor. After all, beating a top disciple from a top martial institution was something that not many people could do. Yuan Shuemei smiled. She had been waiting for someone to challenge her for a long time, in case the others would think that she was a pushover. Spring lingering. She threw out a sword attack. Fine sword lights were like the spring breeze or the rain, softly and powerlessly coiling around her opponent's protective zhenqi. Puff, 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 puff. This seemingly soft sword attack immediately released a shocking power. That Black Snake Martial School's head disciple's protective zhenqi was like a piece of tofu, full of holes. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. This time, Yuan Shuemei must have used the Rudra Martial School's 4 seasons sword art. It seemed that after her cultivation had improved, the Rudra Martial School had also started to focus on training her. They had even made an exception and taught her the 4 seasons sword art instead of the 4 seasons rain sword art. After dozens of attacks, the head disciple couldn't even touch the corner of Yuan Shuemei's clothes. Instead, he was so embarrassed that he had to give up and leave the stage. All of a sudden, The Baohua Square, which had been filled with discussions, suddenly quieted down. Everyone saw Ouyang Ming, the second core disciple of the Purple Sun Martial School, walk up to the stage. It's Ouyang Ming, another child-level warrior. Who is he going to challenge? Is it Lu Wuxiang from the Emerald Martial School or Shi Patian? How is that possible? The Purple Sun Martial School and the Emerald Martial School have been very close in recent years. Their disciples often gather together. It's not very likely for them to fight against each other. I think he is going to challenge Luo Hanshan from the Sky Cloud Martial School. Child Hanshan. Why didn't I think of this? Although Luo Hanshan is not as powerful as he used to be, his reputation is still there. If he can't beat him, no one will be able to take away the child title. Hearing the discussions around him, Ouyang Ming sneered while looking at Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan, today you will give up your child title. How can people accept you if you keep taking it? Luo Hanshan walked up expressionlessly and said, the child title is not a big deal to me, but if you want to take it away, you will have to ask me first. Do you think it's still 2 years ago? With your current power, you don't deserve the child title anymore. It's time for someone more powerful to take it. Ouyang Ming sneered. Since you are so confident, come and take it. I'm just afraid that you will not be able to accept the result. Luo Hanshan was standing 30 steps in front of Ouyang Ming. He was wearing a blue robe and had no weapon in his hands. He looked very calm, neither humble nor arrogant, just like a mountain that had been through a lot, and was calmly facing everything. Yichen said to Su Jing, Brother Luo, it seems like you have hidden your strength quite well. Su Jing said, You saw it? Just intuition. Although I don't like Ouyang Ming, his power is indeed very powerful. I'm afraid it will be a tough fight. Yi Chun scanned the two of them with his soul power and sensed that they were completely opposite. If Luo Hanshan was a quiet mountain or a rock in the ocean, then Ouyang Ming would be a violent volcano that could erupt at any time and burn everything in its path. If you can take this kick without stepping back, then you are qualified for me to use all of my power. Ouyang Ming's body floated up into the air, giving people a very gentle feeling. However, as he threw out his kick, that feeling completely changed. This kick was like an erupting volcano, accompanied by thunderbolts and raging floods. The violent power made people feel like a natural disaster was coming, which made people feel very nervous and anxious. It's just a kick. I'll take it. Luo Hanshan's pupils suddenly changed color, and a strong purple light spurted out from his eyes. Behind his back, a bridge-like purple mist appeared, reaching to the void behind him, as if it was trying to bring something terrifying over and strengthen itself. The 9th level of the Purple Extreme Art, Purple Chi from the East. The head elder popped up his eyes and said word by word. Hearing this, Yichen seemed to be thinking about something. The Purple Extreme Art was the most magical one among all the low-rank Earth Realm martial arts of the Sky Cloud Martial School. The 8th level was called Purple Eyes Ice Heart, and the 9th level was called Purple Chi from the East. Once a martial artist reached the 9th level, he or she would be able to draw purple chi from the void into his or her body and increase his or her fighting power. It was said that once a martial artist reached the peak of the 9th level of the Purple Extreme Art, he or she would be able to draw a purple lotus which would protect his or her body and greatly increase his or her defensive power. Chapter 130. Boom, 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 boom. Although it was only a single kick, it gave people a feeling that it was continuous and fierce. The kick was launched towards Lu Hanshan, but Lu Hanshan remained perfectly still. He reached out both of his hands and merged a large amount of Yuan Qi into the purple mist, forming a huge millstone that blocked the volcanic kick. In the next moment, dazzling purple light and red light burst out, so dazzling that people couldn't even look at them directly, followed by a thunderous boom that even shook the surrounding space. He blocked it. Lu Hanshan blocked it. Judging from the situation just now, Lu Hanshan has reached the 9th level of the purple extreme art. No wonder he is confident enough to fight against Ouyang Ming. Even the former young Master Hanshan has started to show his power. He will never allow anyone to take away his title. Indeed, Lu Hanshan is a powerful man after all. Even if he is temporarily left behind, he can still last longer than ordinary people. Although most of the people were slightly surprised, they were not too surprised. After all, young Master Hanshan was a famous man. Not to mention that Ouyang Ming wanted to force Lu Hanshan back with only a single kick. But they still didn't know how much of Ouyang Ming's power had actually been released. Lu Wuxiang, who had fought against Lu Hanshan 3 times before, smiled and thought to himself, I only used 80% of my power back then, but now you are qualified to be on the same level as me. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School had a gloomy look on his face. He thought that Ouyang Ming would be able to easily defeat Luo Hanshan, but he never thought that Ouyang Ming would suddenly regain his former glory. Although Ouyang Ming's cultivation hadn't improved by much, his purple extreme art had actually broken through to the 9th level. Fortunately, it was not the peak of the 9th level. Otherwise, he would have been able to control the purple lotus and would have been undefeatable, unless there was a huge gap between their power levels. The Sky Cloud Martial School has started to rise. Another Purple Sun Martial School elder said worriedly. Snorting coldly, the head elder of the Purple Sun Martial School said through his zhenqi, Zhu Liang has already planned to kill that kid named Yi Chen, but he was lucky and escaped this time. But next time, he won't be so lucky. Let him kill Luo Hanshan as well. That'll be the end of the Sky Cloud Martial School. We'll make sure that the Sky Cloud Martial School will never be able to rise again for the rest of their lives. Indeed, once the Sky Cloud Martial School rises again, they will definitely come after us. Therefore, we have to kill them all. The voices of the two converged into a single line and did not spread out. However, Yi Chen could sense that chilling killing intent. These 2 old men must be up to no good. I wonder if they are targeting me. Yi Chen's eyes landed on the battlefield as he started calculating. He was quite confident in his senses. As long as someone showed a slight hint of killing intent towards him, he would be able to sense it. However, as a late clasping Yuan realm warrior, he was still quite powerful. That layer of killing intent only flashed for a second before it disappeared. Smiling bitterly, Yi Chen shook his head silently. He was still. He was at the bottom of the Wind Martial Nation. He could only protect himself after he reached the clasping realm. If they wanted to kill him, he would. He had was a... Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit absent-minded. Clasping Yuan realm martial artists might be able to walk around in the Windy Nation, but compared to the entire South River region, or even the entire true Spirit Continent, they were nothing. Above the clasping Yuan realm was the astral reaching realm, where a martial artist could easily destroy a small martial institution. Above the astral reaching realm was the Sea of Souls realm, where a martial artist could be considered as a powerful being. They had the power to destroy the terrain, and their zhenqi was like an endless ocean. Above the astral reaching realm was the life and death realm martial artists. Life and death realm martial artists could be crowned as kings, such as Su King, Evil King, Xianhou, Dragon King, and so on. They were the true kings of the true Spirit Continent, and they could easily move mountains and oceans. The scariest thing was that life and death realm martial artists had already reached the limit of the human body. They could reverse life and death, and as long as there were no accidents, they could live up to 1,000 years old. Apart from this, it was said that life and death realm martial artists were extremely hard to kill, as they already had the ability to grow flesh and even regenerate from a single drop of blood. However, even life and death stage warriors needed to understand the great Tao of nature. They all wanted to reach a higher level, to reach the legendary level. However, this level was still too far away for Yi Chen. It was not something he could reach at all. If he forced himself to think about it, it would be like biting off more than he could chew, getting rid of all the distracting thoughts. Yi Chen found that his state of mind seemed to have improved a little bit, and the stable Zhen Qi inside his body seemed to have become more active. Could it be that only by being ambitious can I have a better future? Yi Chen thought to himself. On the stage, Ouyang Ming didn't continue to attack. Instead, the disdainful look on his face had turned into one of caution. The kick he launched just now contained almost 90% of his power, but his opponent was able to take it without even taking a step back. Not bad. You actually took a kick from me, Ouyang Ming said while secretly accumulating his power. Lu Hanshan stared at Ouyang Ming coldly and said, "Now it's my turn." Great Monument, Heavenly King Fist. Without wasting any time, Lu Hanshan took a step forward. His entire body was covered in purple mist, which was shining brightly. He threw a punch towards Ouyang Ming along with an earth-shattering power. Pop, 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 pop. The air was penetrated layer by layer. A gigantic fist, holding a purple monument, fiercely pressed towards Ouyang Ming. All of a sudden, the airflow around the fist began to stop, solidify, and then collapse. It's the Great Monument, Heavenly King Fist. Our leader has taught this martial skill to Hanshan as well. The fourth elder showed a joyful look on his face. Normally, core disciples would only be taught one low-rank Earth realm martial skill. Apart from the strict control on the circulation of secret martial skills, the most important reason was to prevent core disciples from being distracted. After all, it was already very difficult to learn one martial skill, and it was not wise to learn two at the same time. In the end, a core disciple would only be mediocre and not outstanding in any aspect. Therefore, it was better to learn one martial skill first, and then learn the other martial skills after reaching the peak of the first one. The fact that Lu Hanshan was able to learn the second low-rank Earth realm martial skill meant that the leader had already known that Lu Hanshan had reached the 9th level of the Purple Extreme Art and was qualified to learn the second one. Of course, not everyone would be like this. The school would first test one's loyalty. For some disciples who had second thoughts, no matter how talented they were, the school would not teach them any secret martial skill. However, if they found a low-rank Earth realm martial skill outside, the school would not care about them. At most, they would just remind them that the quality of the martial skill was more important than the quantity. The head elder slightly nodded. With the Great Monument, Heavenly King Fist, Lu Hanshan basically had the power to fight against child-level opponents. Break! Ouyang Ming threw a flying kick. The volcanic shadow of his leg transformed into a gigantic blade and hacked on the fist and the monument. Clang! The fist paused for a second, and there seemed to be a crack on the monument. However, it was still moving towards Ouyang Ming. Ouyang Ming's face darkened. Finally, all of his Zhen Qi burst out, and a dazzling, sun-like light shot up into the sky. Ouyang Ming spun around and flew into the air, then threw a heavy kick on the fist and the monument. Dragon beheading kick. Crack! The Great Monument Heavenly King Fist was broken, but it also forced Ouyang Ming to use all of his power. Blade and leg fusion. Seeing this, Yi Chen frowned. He had already known that Ouyang Ming's blade art was just as powerful as his leg art. However, for a warrior, it was not a good thing to be powerful in all of them. They had to choose one martial skill to focus on. For example, Yichen used to focus on fist art and sword art at the same time, and his fist art was still the most powerful one. But now he focused on sword art, and the fist art was just a supplement. Yichen didn't expect that Ouyang Ming would take a different path and merge his leg art with his blade art. From now on, his blade art would be his leg art, and his leg art would be his blade art. His power was even greater than before. But no one knew whether it was because of his own initiative or because of the dragon beheading kick. After breaking the great monument Heavenly King Fist with a single kick, Ouyang Ming didn't show any mercy. His body flashed, and tens of fierce kicks were thrown out. Lu Hanshan didn't step back. He launched the great monument Heavenly King Fist once again, and clashed with Ouyang Ming's kick. Lu Hanshan lose. Ouyang Ming stomped on the ground. His whole body shot up into the sky, and threw another kick down. Roar! A loud and shrill dragon roar came out. Ouyang Ming's kick directly transformed into a terrifyingly huge blade. On the blade, a broken dragon's body was faintly visible while the dragon's howl was coming out of its mouth. Hearing this howl, some young warriors who were not powerful enough immediately felt dizzy, as if all of their strength had been sucked out. Ouyang Ming was very confident about the power of the dragon beheading kick. The blade art and leg art that he had been practicing before were actually one, but they were forcibly separated in order to speed up his cultivation. It was not like what Yichun had thought. With his current cultivation, there was no way he could create his own martial art. If he could, he would have become a great master long ago. Except for young Master Emerald, who had already stepped into the clasping Yuan realm, no one in the Windy Nation would be able to rival him. Not even one move. East Rising Purple Chi, Great Monument Suppression. The bridge-like purple chi behind Lu Hanshan's back grew brighter and brighter. It almost pierced through his body. After that, a 10-meter-tall purple monument appeared, suppressing this space. On the monument, countless dead warriors were crawling out of the ground, letting out unyielding roars, as if they were trying to return to the real world and regain the glory of the past. This scene was truly shocking. What kind of power is this? It's so scary. Even 10 of me would not be able to rival the 2 of them. I'm afraid that they could crush me into pieces with only a single move. So powerful. I can't even imagine it. I thought that I would be able to compete with them, but now it seems that I was just dreaming. All of those talented young martial artists from those powerful institutions were stunned. They couldn't imagine that a peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artist could release such a great power. Even some early clasping Yuan realm martial artists couldn't be this powerful. In other words, they could definitely compete with early clasping Yuan realm martial artists, and might even be able to kill them. Not only them, even the disciples from those powerful institutions had a serious look on their faces. They stared at the stage without even blinking their eyes, as if they didn't want to miss even the slightest detail. Clang! The dragon-wrapped blade fiercely hacked on the purple monument, causing a sky-shaking boom. Half of the purple monument was cut off, and cracks spread out in all directions. Fortunately, Lu Hanshan managed to block the kick that could instantly kill a peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artist. If he couldn't, Lu Hanshan would surely lose. Lu Hanshan's straight back bent slightly, but his face remained perfectly expressionless. His sharp eyes were fixed on Ouyang Ming through the silhouette of the monument. Chapter 131. Seeing Lu Hanshan's eyes, Ouyang Ming was enraged. He yelled out, "Broken dragon move!" He threw a sideways kick. The sharp, blade-like leg power tore the air apart, creating a shrill howl as it landed on the purple monument. All of a sudden, the silhouette of the dragon reappeared, but it was broken into pieces. Crack! The purple monument was covered in cracks, and finally, it exploded. However, right at this moment, a human silhouette darted out from the broken monument. A gigantic fist was holding the monument, trying to attack Ouyang Ming, who was still in the air. Great monument shakes the sky. Let's see how you can shake my dragon beheading kick. Ouyang Ming threw 2 strikes at the monument in a row and stopped in the air with the help of the counterforce. Seeing Lu Hanshan coming at him, Ouyang Ming grinned hideously and threw the dragon-slaying movement, the most powerful move of his dragon beheading kick. The horrifying leg power seemed to be able to destroy souls. Boom! Lu Hanshan was knocked down from the sky and was forced to take over 10 steps back. Ouyang Ming didn't gain the upper hand either. His body was flipped over in the air and finally fell on the ground. Lose. Great monument suppression. Without any hesitation, the two of them once again started fighting against each other. Rainstorm-like attacks were launched one after another. Ouyang Ming's dragon beheading kick was extremely powerful. It was almost as powerful as a mid-rank Earth Realm martial skill. Every single kick launched by Ouyang Ming was able to shatter the opponent's mind. Lu Hanshan's great monument, Heavenly King Fist, was slightly weaker than the dragon beheading kick. However, the extreme purple art was extremely powerful. After reaching the 9th level of the East Rising Purple Chi, Lu Hanshan was able to absorb the purple Chi and increase the power of his martial skills. That was the reason why he was able to compete with Ouyang Ming's dragon beheading kick without falling into a disadvantageous situation. 300 moves, 500 moves. After 600 moves, Zhuang Qingxian knew that he couldn't let them go on like this. In order to decide the winner, they would need at least 2,000 moves. Besides, their cultivation was way too low. If they took 2,000 moves, they might die of exhaustion. Even clasping Yuan, realm martial artists could barely take 2,000 moves. Releasing a stream of qi, Zhuang Qingxian stood up and said, "You two, please stop. Today is just a show. We don't have to decide the winner." The Sky Cloud Martial School's head elder nodded. He had already realized that Lu Hanshan wouldn't be able to win against Ouyang Ming. Of course, Ouyang Ming wouldn't be able to win against Lu Hanshan either. The first elder of the Purple Sun House had an ugly expression on his face. Lu Hanshan didn't launch another attack. Instead, he let out a long breath and said blandly, "It seems that you won't be able to defeat me today. You didn't defeat me either." Ouyang Ming suppressed his boiling qi and blood. Today's battle will be decided in the future. The title of young master is always waiting for you. After saying this, Luo Hanshan returned to his seat. Zhuang Qingxian retracted his qi and said, "Who else wants to challenge me?" "Valley Master, let me do it." Lu Wuxiang, who had been quiet all this while, walked out. Zhuang Qingxian was slightly surprised. "Wuxiang, who do you want to challenge?" Lu Wuxiang's cold eyes fell on Lynch. "I've always heard that your blade is very fast, even faster than young Master North Snow. I wonder if it's true." Lynch stood up. "You will lose. It's still too early to talk about winning or losing, don't you think? My fast blade is based on speed. Either you defeat me quickly, or you are defeated by me quickly. There is no third possibility." Lynch's face was expressionless. His temperament was neither sad nor happy. He looked even colder than Lu Wuxiang, colder to the extreme. "I think I've heard about this before. I want to experience it even more." A strong fighting intent was released from Lu Wuxiang's body. It was not any weaker than Ouyang Ming's or Lu Hanshan's. It was even stronger. Step by step, he walked up to Lu Wuxiang. 30 steps in front of him, Lynch took out a great blade from his storage ring. A strange light flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. Lynch didn't use the low-rank great blade. It seemed that he wanted to defeat Lu Wuxiang with his own power in a fair fight. Let's do this. A cyan-colored stream of air rose from Lu Wuxiang's body. This stream of air was extremely sharp. It looked like a saw, twisting and cutting the air that came in contact with it, causing a hissing sound. Clang! As soon as the blade was pulled out, Lynch's body had already disappeared. A white beam of light shot out and hacked on Lu Wuxiang's protective Zhenqi layer. Puff! That layer of cyan-colored airstream was cut in half, but Lu Wuxiang didn't even have the time to react. So fast, Lu Wuxiang's pupils shrank. He was greatly shocked. Although he had already known that Lynch was powerful and that he might have already reached young Master North Snow's level, he didn't expect that Lynch's blade could be this fast. It even slowed him down a bit. Not daring to be careless, the cyan-colored airstream around Lu Wuxiang's body suddenly rose, forming a cyan-colored armor that was filled with a strong killing intent. The armor was incomparably thick, and there were huge sharp horns on the edge of the armor. At first glance, it looked like an ancient demon had come back to life. Clang, 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 but in the next second, Lynch's blade arrived once again. No one could see Yi Chen's figure. Only the snow-white blade light could be seen again and again, hacking on Lu Wuxiang's cyan-colored Zhenqi armor, making a loud metal clanging sound. 31st blade attack. Boom! A condensed blade light extended to tens of meters long and went through Lu Wuxiang's waist. Putting the blade back into the sheath, Lynch walked back to his seat. What's going on? The winner hasn't been decided yet. Could it be that Lynch knows that he can't beat Lu Wuxiang, so he doesn't want to fight? While everyone was still puzzled, the Zhenqi armor around Lu Wuxiang's body cracked and exploded, leaving only a pale-faced man standing in place. The crowd fell into a dead silence, followed by a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Lu Wuxiang lost. With only 31 blade attacks, Lu Wuxiang lost. Lu Wuxiang is recognized as a child-level warrior, but Lynch defeated him. Doesn't that mean that Lynch has already reached the same level as young Master North Snow and young Master Duanmu, or even surpassed him? The North Snow Fast Blade is indeed worthy of its name. It's extremely fast without any fancy moves. Yu Yu's mouth curved into a smile. These people probably don't know yet. Back in the villa, young Master North Snow had already fought against Lynch, and both of them were evenly matched. However, in Yu Yu's eyes, Lynch had won because he was still improving and had never stopped. Lu Hanshan said word by word, "The North Snow Fast Blade is indeed worthy of its reputation. Among all the martial arts in the world, there is nothing that cannot be broken by speed. Speed is not only about speed, but also about attacking power. When one's speed reaches a certain level, even a piece of paper or a leaf can penetrate an iron armor and kill someone without leaving a trace." Yi Chen knew better than anyone else that Lynch's initial attacking power was not ridiculously strong, but after his speed increased, he was able to easily cut through Lu Wuxiang's Zhenqi armor, and every time he launched an attack, he would try to find the weak point of the armor, preparing for the final attack. Hearing him, Lu Hanshan and Su Jing both looked at him. It was the first time for them to hear such a straightforward and easy-to-understand theory. The fourth elder and the head elder glanced at each other. They couldn't understand Yi Chen at all. How could he know so much at such a young age? And what he said was very reasonable and straight to the point. Nan Gongyun, the Rudra Martial School's Rain Warrior, shook his head and said, "Unbelievably fast. This guy is only below the 3 young masters. No, he might even be below young Master Emerald." Yuan Shuime said in surprise, "Second brother, is he really that powerful?" He has already understood the profound meaning of speed. Every single movement and movement of his is able to push his speed to the limit. If you want to compete with him, You will have to be faster than him or be far more powerful than him. But of course my eyesight is limited. Maybe there are other ways to deal with him. After this fight, Lynch had become even more famous. Although he didn't have the title of child, in everyone's mind, he had already become the new child. After watching North Snow Fast Blade Lynch's battle, the rest of the matches became boring. Everyone was looking forward to seeing what kind of heavyweight matches would happen next. The fight was over. Sherpatian stood up. It was time. Everyone looked at Sherpatian curiously, wondering who he was going to challenge. Yichen, you are quite powerful. There are not many young martial artists in the Windy Nation who can beat you. Do you want to accept my challenge? Of course. If you don't, I won't force you. It's just a bit of a pity. Sherpatian flattered Yichen right at the beginning. With this flattery, he would be able to fight against Yichen and destroy his half-step sword intent with peace of mind. Just as he expected, everyone thought that it was reasonable. The scene where Yichen beat Chung Junsher was still vivid in their minds. Perhaps it might be a bit difficult to compete with those experienced young martial artists, but he was still qualified to fight against Yichen. After all, this was not a life-and-death fight. It was just a show. Yichen didn't care about Sherpatian's cunning words. He nodded and said, "Sure." The corner of Sherpatian's mouth curved into a smile. Finally, this moment has come. I wonder what kind of expression you will have when the fight is over. The two stood facing each other. The next moment, Sherpatian's body let out a bright, glass-like light, which was mixed with pure golden light. It looked like gold, but not like gold, and also like jade, but not like jade. His skin, hair, and even his eyes had been dyed with a different color, as if his body was no longer made of flesh and blood. The 9th level of Colored Glass spell, Golden Glass Body. Colored Glass spell is one of the most powerful low-rank Earth realm defensive martial arts in the Emerald Martial Palace. Once you reach the 9th level of Golden Glass Body, you will be invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. Your defensive power will be many times stronger than any demonic beast at the same level. Basically, you will be invincible. With the protection of Golden Glass Body, Yichen has no chance at all. I just wonder how many moves he can take. Yichen took a glance at Sherpatian's body, then nodded and said, I have also trained a defensive martial art. I wonder whose one is better. While speaking, Yichen's body suddenly shook, and a bright light burst out from his body as well. However, it was not a glass-like light, but a jade-like light. A layer of jade-like luster covered his entire body. His muscles became more and more angular, and his facial features looked like they were carved by a knife. He looked like a beautiful jade statue. The 5th level of the Pure Jade Body Boosting spell. The level of Golden Steel Body Boosting spell. Buzz. The crowd once again boiled up. Sherpatian's nickname, Stone Man, was because of his extremely high defensive power, which made him as stable as a rock. However, Yichen had also trained a defensive martial art. Judging from its appearance, it seemed to be no weaker than Sherpatian's Colored Glass spell. The battle between the two great defensive martial arts. Who would be more powerful? Chapter 132. Sherpatian raised his eyebrows and sneered in his mind. You want to compete with my golden body, with a random body-strengthening art? You're really reckless. If that's the case, then let me see what you can do. Sherpatian leaned his body forward. His speed suddenly reached its limit, leaving a series of golden afterimages behind him. In terms of speed, he was only slightly slower than Lynch. When he was less than 3 meters away from Yichen, Sherpatian bent his right arm and threw out a punch. This punch was simple and direct. It contained all of its power. However, The air-tearing sound was especially ear-piercing. Yichen didn't show any intention of backing off. He took a step forward with his right foot and threw out a punch as well. Boom! Two bloodless fists collided with each other. The air was compressed and splattered in all directions. The ground cracked and collapsed, and a depression appeared. The next second, both of them were pushed back, unable to stop their bodies. Fierce. The fist power didn't leak out at all. It was completely focused on his opponent. In terms of physical strength, the two seemed to be equally matched. I wonder how much of Sure Potion's power is. To be honest, I really can't tell. Both of them released their power the moment they touched each other's bodies. It's hard to tell without experiencing it myself. On the stage, some people were discussing in low voices. Sure Potion stopped himself from backing off and raised his head. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He was known as the Stone Man, not only because of his high defensive power, but also because of his great physical strength. Without using any Jin Qi, he had once killed a peak rank 3 beast with his bare hands, and he could even fight against a rank 4 beast with his bare hands. His opponent was 2 or 3 years younger than him, but not only was he quite good at sword arts, he had also comprehended the half-step sword intent. However, for Sure Potion, the more outstanding Yi Chen was, the more he wanted to destroy Yi Chen's confidence so that he would never be able to stand straight again. Let's see how many punches you can take. Sure Potion accelerated and arrived in front of Yi Chen in 2 to 3 steps. His golden fist turned into a series of afterimages, each of which contained his full power. Yi Chen was not afraid of him at all. He started to fight against him. After hundreds of moves, Sure Potion grinned and said, "Take this." Not defending. Yi Chen furrowed his brows. His opponent had completely given up on defense, and his attack speed had increased exponentially. If he were to fight head-on, he would inevitably be hit by a few punches. If he didn't fight head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, no matter how sturdy his defense was, there would still be a day when a gap could be opened up. Hardening his heart, Yi Chen also gave up on the idea of defending and punched out with his jade-like fist. Bang! Bang! Both of them took a punch each, causing sparks and banging sounds to ring out. Sure Potion grinned hideously, as if that punch just now had no effect on him at all. Then he leapt forward and once again engaged in battle with Yi Chen. Bang, 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 bang. For a moment, even Yi Chen and Sure Potion didn't know how many punches they had received. They only knew that every part of their upper bodies had been taken care of, and even their heads had been punched a few times. Compared to them, there was no need to mention those young elites who were watching the fight. They could only see that the two of them were like madmen. They only knew how to attack. They didn't know how to defend at all. It seemed like whoever could punch the other one more time would be the winner. What a freak! Whoever fights against them will definitely be at a disadvantage. Their defense is so strong. They can't even break their opponent's defense, let alone us. We will only be able to scratch an itch for them. Sure Potion cultivates the colored glass spell. What kind of body-strengthening art does that Yi Chen cultivate? How come he is so powerful? He is not weaker than Sure Potion at all. After fighting for a long time, Sure Potion was getting impatient. His opponent's defense was beyond his imagination, and it seemed like the colored glass golden body alone wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If that was the case, he would have to use other martial arts. Heavenly Star Explosion. Leaping into the air, Sure Potion's fist shone with a dazzling golden light as he punched down. Finally, using a martial skill, Yi Chen threw out the second movement of the Tyrant fist art, the Soul Tyrant fist art. The surrounding Yuan Qi was instantly sucked into the fist power. Explode! What surprised Yi Chen was that, for the first time, The Tyrant fist art had been suppressed by another martial skill. The invincible fist power exploded layer by layer, as if it was filled with gunpowder. Shoo! Flashing across the air, Yi Chen had already moved back tens of steps. Shi Patian chased after Yi Chen and threw out a punch. Since the Tyrant fist art had failed, Yi Chen had no choice but to use the hidden cloud sword. He threw out a sword attack and activated his half-step sword intent. Crackle! The fist power and the sword chi were equally matched. Neither of them could gain the upper hand. The Heavenly Star Exploding Fist Art is a low-rank Earth realm martial skill, but it can suppress most martial skills. The fist power contained in it is extremely powerful, and once it touches the sword, it will explode from inside out. Lu Hanshan had been famous for a long time. He had recognized Shi Potion's martial skill with only a single glance. The main reason why this sword chi of Yi Chen could be equally matched with Shi Potion's sword intent was because of the sword intent. The sword intent itself contained a sharp power, and once it merged with this sharp power, the sword chi of a sword artist would become even more powerful and hard to break. Let's see how you are going to block this. At this moment, Shi Patian finally threw out his most powerful martial skill. He clenched both of his fists in the air and threw them out like two dragons flying out of the sea, as if they were going to shake the entire world. Rumble! The golden light covered almost half of the square, and the fierce fist power was completely hidden. Only the deafening sound of explosion could be heard, while the power was moving towards Yi Chen. This was the first time that Yi Chen had encountered such a tough opponent, and it was not strange at all. Shi Patian was one of the top 4 core disciples of the Emerald Martial Palace, and he was no weaker than Lu Wuxiang among the young generation on the scene, except for young Master Emerald, who had already stepped into the clasping Yuan realm. Only the North Snow Fast Blade, Lynch, could defeat him. Yi Chen had just stepped into the late condensing reality realm. Although his Zhen Qi was not weak, it was not as pure as the Zhen Qi of the peak-level late condensing reality realm martial artists. Yi Chen's only advantage was his half-step sword intent. Sword intent. It seems that I have no choice but to use that sword move. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen made up his mind and stopped hesitating. Taking a step forward with his left foot, Yi Chen held the sword in his right hand and raised it high. He focused all of his attention on the hidden cloud sword and swung it down. Swoosh! No one could describe how fast this sword move was, because before Yi Chen made any move, a thick stream of sword chi had already darted out. This stream of sword chi was as fast as lightning. It turned into a beam of white light and instantly disappeared into the golden light. Silently, the golden light was split into 2, and all of the fist power was destroyed. Like snow in the spring meeting the scorching sun, it melted away. Crack! A crack appeared on Shi Potion's ribs, and blood gushed out from it. Shi Patian didn't even have any reaction. What kind of sword art is this? How could it be so fast? After the sword move, the crowd fell into a dead silence. Finally, someone couldn't help but yell out. All the head elders from the top martial institutions looked confused. None of them knew what this sword move was. Only Yuan Xuemei seemed to be thinking about something. Then her facial expression changed drastically, as if she had seen something unbelievable. She opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it anymore. Zhuang Qingxian's face darkened. He said word by word, "The single sword move." "Headmaster, what is the single sword move?" Lu Wuxiang hurriedly asked. According to the legend, in the ancient times, there was a sword artist who created a sword art for revenge. This sword art only had one move, and that was the single sword move. To perform the single sword move, the cultivator must combine his spirit, chi, hands, eyes, and body into one. This is only the first step. The second step is even more difficult. It requires the cultivator to use the sword as a guide. and release all of his power in the form of a sword to kill enemies who are more powerful than him. However, after performing the single sword move, the cultivator will also feel weak for a period of time. Normally, ordinary sword artists wouldn't be able to perform the single sword move. Only those who have a pure heart or those who have comprehended the sword intent can do it. However, this Yi Chun has already touched the edge of the sword intent, so it's not strange for him to be able to perform it. While explaining, Zhuang Qingxian really wanted to know where Yi Chun had obtained the single sword move. One should know that it wasn't that easy to successfully perform the single sword move. If he didn't do it well, he might even suffer from qi deviation and lose his cultivation. However, Yuan Xiueme knew it better than anyone else, because the sword manual she had given to Yi Chun contained the introduction of the single sword move. However, it was clearly just an introduction, not a secret manual. How did Yi Chun manage to successfully perform the single sword move? Could it be that he was able to perform the single sword move with just his imagination? How is this possible? Patian stared at Yi Chun. His heavenly astral explosive fist move was not only powerful if Yi Chun didn't have any other tricks up his sleeves. He would only need 10 moves to defeat Yi Chun. However, he had never thought that Yi Chun would give him such an unexpected attack, and with only one move, he had lost all of his power. Yi Chun's face turned slightly pale, but it wasn't as serious as Zhuang Qingxian had described. He had indeed learned the single sword move from the sword manual, and the theory behind it was actually quite similar to the sword intent. However, the sword intent could be activated for a long period of time, while the single sword move couldn't. The most important function of the single sword move was to increase a sword artist's power drastically, allowing him to kill his enemies with only one move. Puff! Patian spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't even stand straight anymore. His golden body had been broken, and it had taken a huge toll on him. Without 3 months of rest, he wouldn't be able to recover to his peak state. Right now, he was even weaker than an early condensing reality realm warrior. Needless to say, an inner elder of the Emerald Martial Palace walked up and held Patian up on the Purple Sun Martial Palace's side. This kid is so scary. What other tricks does he have up his sleeves? Can Zhu Liang handle him? Will he be able to escape this time? If so, it will be even harder to kill him in the future. The elder of the Purple Sun Martial Palace, who was sitting next to Zhang Qing, said to the head elder through Zhenqi. The head elder of the Purple Sun Martial Palace snorted, "Don't underestimate Zhu Liang. He has killed quite a lot of geniuses. Some of them were even as powerful as Yi Chun. Not to mention, we just need to remind him to be prepared for this sword move. After this sword move, he won't be able to fight back anymore." Yeah, how come I didn't know that this sword move was so powerful? It must have some side effects. Sitting straight on the chair, Yi Chen's face turned even paler, but he was sneering in his mind. He had a powerful soul power, and although it seemed that performing the single sword move would consume a lot of his soul power, it was actually not a big deal. If he put his life on the line, he could perform it 3 or 4 more times without a problem. He just pretended to be a show to the others. He didn't want it to be too shocking. Chapter 133. Ever since the fight between Yi Chun and Patian had ended, almost all of the disciples from the top martial institutions had fought against each other, and none of them seemed to want to fight again. "Brother Yi, are you all right?" Seeing Yi Chen's pale face, Luo Hanshan thought that Yi Chun was suffering from some serious side effects after using the heart refining. Yi Chun shook his head. "Just a small thing, Brother Luo, don't worry." Luo Hanshan said, "You'd better not use this move in the future. It's too dangerous. Either you or the enemy will die." "Thank you, Brother Luo." This Luo Hanshan was a nice guy. He was neither arrogant nor rash, never discouraged, and always treated people with kindness. He never acted like the second brother or the son of the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Luo Hanshan grinned and said, "You are a treasure of our Sky Cloud Martial School. How can I not care about you?" Hearing him, the head elder and the fourth elder also grinned. The sun slowly went down. The fighting performance was coming to an end. Zhuang Qingxian stood up and said, "Everyone, although the fighting performance is over, the celebration banquet is not. There will be a banquet in the evening. I hope you can all come." "No problem. We rarely come to the Emerald Martial Palace. We are not in a hurry to leave. Since there will be a banquet for us, let's enjoy ourselves. Leader Zhuang, don't worry. We will definitely attend the banquet." It was already late, and it was not convenient for them to travel. Therefore, they didn't refuse and decided to stay in the Emerald Martial Palace for the night and leave the next morning. The banquet was very sumptuous. Everyone started to eat. In a secret hall of the Emerald Martial Palace. The hall was brightly lit, and the elders of the top 4 martial institutions were sitting in the hall. The leader of the Emerald Martial Palace, Zhuang Qingxian, was sitting in the first seat, and 2 inner elders of the Emerald Martial Palace were sitting beside him. Zhuang Qingxian glanced at the crowd and said, "I have called you all to attend this meeting because I have an important announcement." The head elder of the Rudra Martial School was a beautiful woman, about 35 years old. She said, "What is it? Is it related to the top 5 martial institutions?" Related to the top 5 martial institutions? Hearing the woman's words, the others seemed to be thinking about something, and their faces turned serious. Zhuang Qingxian nodded. "It's indeed related to the 5 major sects, but it's not that serious for now. Half a month ago, a disciple of our Emerald Martial Palace found a branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain by chance. Although he didn't manage to sneak in, judging from the security around it, it is undoubtedly one of the most important strongholds of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, which is used to train the new generation of Ghost Guards. The branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, Ghost Guards." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The incident of Malevolent Earth sect being annihilated was still vivid in their minds. The Ghost Man was one of the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 Evil cult, and his power was as deep as the ocean. Although he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries and hadn't reached his peak, he was still not someone that the leaders of the top martial institutions could compete with, even if they joined hands. The Ghost Man used to live in the Ghost Corpse Mountain. Later on, a great war broke out, and the Ghost Corpse Mountain was destroyed. However, its name was still there, and it became a symbol of the Ghost Man's power. Besides the 5 loyal ghost servants, the Ghost Man also had a large number of Ghost Guards. The Ghost Guards were divided into 4 levels. The low-level Ghost Guards were the weakest, equivalent to late condensing reality realm warriors. The mid-level Ghost Guards were equivalent to early clasping Yuan realm warriors. The high-level Ghost Guards were at mid-clasping Yuan realm, and above them were the top Ghost Guards at late clasping Yuan realm. Each level of Ghost Guards had a Ghost Guard leader, who was the most powerful Ghost Guard of the same level. If that was all, there would be no need to worry too much. After all, it was not that easy to increase one's cultivation, and training Ghost Guards was not something that could be done in a day or 2. However, the reason why the Ghost Man was able to rank in the upper middle level among the 108 Ghost Warriors was not because of his own power. Instead, he relied on the method of training Ghost Guards. No one knew where he found a scroll that could stimulate the potential of the human body. This scroll could allow ordinary people to have a cultivation speed that was even faster than geniuses. Of course, there were also disadvantages. Because of the excessive stimulation of potential, the Ghost Guards who trained in this scroll could not live past the age of 40. Only a few of them could live past the age of 40, and their bodies would start to deteriorate. They would age prematurely. Because of this, The ghost guards of the Ghost Corpse Mountain were all extremely cruel and evil. They wanted to enjoy everything they could before the age of 40, and they did not care about anything at all. The head elder of the North Snow Marshal Academy said, "Leader Zhuang, you mean we should destroy the Ghost Corpse Mountain's branch?" "That's right. We can't let the Ghost Corpse Mountain rise again. We have to do everything we can to weaken the Ghost Corpse Mountain's power before the Ghost Man fully recovers. Otherwise, in a few years, the 5 top-ranked martial institutions and the entire Windy Nation's martial world will face a disaster." As the leader of the 5 top-ranked martial institutions, the Emerald Martial Palace not only needed to suppress the other 4 top-ranked martial institutions, but also needed to eliminate all the dangers of the Windy Nation. Otherwise, they would be the first ones to suffer. The head elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School nodded. "That's right. I agree with Leader Zhuang's suggestion. Do you have any plans? Besides, we are still not sure how powerful that branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain is. If we attack it recklessly, I'm afraid something unexpected might happen." The 5th elder of the Purple Sun Martial School sneered. "Since when did the Sky Cloud Martial School become so timid? It's just a branch of the Ghost Corpse Mountain. How powerful can it be?" The tall and sturdy 4th elder retorted, "How about your Purple Sun Martial School take the lead? Facing an external enemy, the 5 top-ranked martial institutions should work together. If our Purple Sun Martial School takes the lead, wouldn't that be breaking the rule? Don't even mention it." The 5th elder of the Purple Sun Martial School glared at the 4th elder of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Seeing this, the head elder of the Rudra Martial School shook his head and said, "Let's hear what Leader Zhuang has to say first." Zhuang Qingxian sorted out his thoughts and said, "I think the 5 top-ranked martial institutions should each send out a group of warriors to attack the Ghost Corpse Mountain's branch together. In each group, there should be at least 3 late Clasping Yuan Realm warriors, 7 mid Clasping Yuan Realm warriors, and 15 early Clasping Yuan Realm warriors. The total number should be over 100. Of course, we can also bring some of our disciples to train themselves in the battles." "Great, let's do that. When should we do it?" The North Snow Martial Academy's style had always been swift and decisive, just like their blade skills. The 8th of August, Zhuang Qingxian continued, "Tomorrow morning, you have to be careful on your way back. I suspect that some people from the Ghost Corpse Mountain have sneaked into the Emerald Martial Palace. They might try to harm you. If it weren't for the fact that the Ghost Corpse Mountain was right under his nose, Zhuang Qingxian wouldn't have reminded them at all. After all of them were top-ranked inner elders of the 4 top-ranked martial institutions. Even one death would be a great loss, not to mention those talented disciples who could become the pillars of their martial institutions in the future. However, for the long term, Zhuang Qingxian had to say it out loud. Otherwise, if they were ambushed on their way back, some people would start to suspect the Emerald Martial Palace, and it would be even more difficult for them to work together in the future. At the very least, the Emerald Martial Palace was the overlord of the Windy Nation. 1 or 2 top-ranked inner elders and talented disciples would not be able to shake their foundation, so there was no need to worry too much. Late at night, the starlight was dim and the moon was hiding in the clouds. The ground was pitch black. A chopstick-shaped insect with 4 pairs of wings flew up from a luxurious yard and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the green willow house, under the crystal lamp, Yi Chen started reading the sword manual from the beginning again. The battle this afternoon had benefited him a lot. His understanding of swordsmanship had also deepened, especially after seeing so many experts of the younger generation spar with each other. It had broadened his horizons a lot. In this regard, he felt that he was far from reaching the limit of what he could achieve. He wanted to gain some insights from the sword manual. As he flipped through the pages of the sword manual, Yi Chen's eyes shone even brighter. In the other residences, none of the young warriors who had participated in the fight this afternoon had fallen asleep. Just like Yi Chen, they had all learned a lot from the sword manual. As long as they could digest all of these, they would definitely be able to make further progress and surpass their opponents who were at the same level as them. The night was getting darker, and the Emerald Martial Palace was in a dead silence. In the morning, Yi Chun and the others immediately bid farewell and came to the entrance of the Emerald Martial Palace. Swoosh! He blew a whistle that contained his Zhen Qi. The wind vulture, which was standing on a mountain not far away, flew over at an extremely high speed and landed in front of the five of them. Getting on the vulture, the head elder said in a deep voice, "On our way back, we need to rest and store up our strength and prepare for the upcoming battle." Luo Hanshan was shocked and asked, "Head elder, what happened?" The fourth elder shook his head and responded, "Don't ask too much. Maybe we have been worrying too much." Hearing this, Yi Chun, Luo Hanshan, and Luo Hanshan's eyes flashed with a strange light. Did something big happen? Last night, the leader of the Emerald Martial Palace had called them to the banquet because of this. The wind vulture flew into the clouds. Its speed instantly broke through the sound barrier and flew away at lightning speed. In the afternoon, the wind vulture was already around 20,000 miles away from the Emerald Martial Palace. A strange bug brushed past the wind vulture, which attracted Yi Chen's attention. Soon, a few more bugs were discovered. Perhaps it was because the wind vulture was too fast, and those bugs were relatively small. Neither the head elder nor the fourth elder noticed them. When the ninth bug was discovered, Yi Chen couldn't help but ask, "Head elder, what's wrong with these bugs?" The head elder turned around and took a glance at Yi Chen. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he hurriedly stopped the wind vulture, looked around, and immediately found a chopstick-shaped bug. "Come here." The head elder waved his hand, and that chopstick-shaped bug was sucked into the head elder's hand without any resistance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bug was around 4 inches long, slim and black, with 4 pairs of thin black wings on its back. Its head was a round ball, which was filled with compound eyes, which made it look extremely creepy and scary. At this moment, the chopstick-shaped bug was struggling in the head elder's hand, trying to break through the Zhenqi barrier and fly out. With a single glance, the head elder and the fourth elder's faces darkened. The fourth elder said word by word, "Four-winged black demon bug." Luo Hanshan was shocked. Is this the four-winged black demon bug that was raised by the ghost artist, one of the 108 ghost warriors of the Nine Evil cult? It's said that this bug is extremely fast and can be used as a spy. Although it's small, it's as powerful as a third-grade demon beast. He was the son of the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and he knew quite a lot about the Nine Evil cult's annihilation. Therefore, he immediately realized what was going on once he heard the name of the chopstick-shaped bug. Indeed, prepare for battle. Our every move is under the enemy's surveillance. They should be not far from here. The head elder shouted. Chapter 134. Before the head elder's voice faded, a swooshing noise came from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silhouettes stood above the clouds, their bodies rising and falling along with the airflow. "Ha ha, 5 of us, not one less." All 3 of them were wearing black robes with golden edges and cloaks, which were embroidered with evil ghost patterns. At this moment, the middle-aged man in black robes, who seemed to be the leader, glared at the 3 of them and let out a cruel laugh. The head elder knew that these 3 people must be the ghost guards of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, but he still yelled, "Who are you?" "The ones who will kill you." The middle-aged man in black robes on the left pulled out his long blade and launched a hack. Puff! The clouds were torn apart, and a gigantic gray blade chi, which was tens of meters long, flashed across the sky and appeared in front of the Wind Vulture. Bastard! The head elder's long hair and beard fluttered in the air as he pointed his finger out. Puff! The blade chi was penetrated by the finger power and shattered. Sky-burning palm. The fourth elder couldn't wait anymore. He raised his red-hot, iron-like palm and launched a hack, evaporating the clouds. Kill! The middle-aged man in black robes, who seemed to be the leader of the group, made his move. He pressed his right hand in the air and released a tens of meters long, gray, gigantic palm made of zhenqi. Not only did it shatter the fourth elder's palm power, it also moved towards the Wind Vulture and Yi Chen's group like a dark cloud. The head elder was fighting against another man in the air. Seeing the sky turn dark, he immediately knew what was going on. He calmly stepped on the Wind Vulture's back and let it descend into the clouds. The gigantic palm, made of zhenqi, almost grazed the Wind Vulture's body and shattered the clouds in that area. Shockwaves spread out in all directions, stirring up the sea of clouds. Where do you think you're going? The man in black robes, who hadn't joined the fight yet, swooped down from the clouds and blocked the Wind Vulture's way. The head elder's face darkened. He controlled the Wind Vulture and swooped down, trying to fight the man on the ground. A fierce gale roared, and the ant-sized mountains on the ground quickly enlarged. When the Wind Vulture was still thousands of meters away from the ground, a gigantic palm made of zhenqi swooped down at an even faster speed. The Wind Vulture was indeed a fifth-level beast. It flapped its wings and sped up once again, drawing an arc in the air and barely dodging the gigantic zhenqi palm. At last, the Wind Vulture successfully landed on a mountain peak that was flat and stable. The three of you don't split up. Han Shan released the Silver Light Thunderbolt Bomb at the critical moment. The Great Elder ordered as he stomped on the ground. Lu Hanshan nodded seriously, then said to Yi Chun and Su Jing, "Don't worry, we'll just stand aside and watch. They can't do anything to us." Yi Chun, on the other hand, was not too worried. The sect had given them a lot of life-saving treasures when they went on such a long journey. As for the Silver Light Thunderbolt Bomb that the Great Elder mentioned, although he had never heard of it before, it was definitely not an ordinary item for the Great Elder to value it so much. Boom! The mountain peak shook. The Great Elder and the middle-aged man in black robes had already started fighting. Both of them were powerful late clasping Yuan realm martial artists. Every single move of theirs could shake a mountain. Some beasts that were startled by the fight were smashed into meat paste by the fierce chi of the two of them before they could even run away. On the other side, the fourth elder and the Wind Vulture were fighting against the other two middle-aged men in black robes. Although the fourth elder was not as powerful as the Great Elder, he was still a late clasping Yuan realm martial artist, and the martial skill he had used was a mid-rank Earth realm palm art, the Sky-burning palm, which was able to burn everything in its path. The Wind Vulture was only as powerful as a mid-clasping Yuan realm martial artist, which was not as powerful as the fourth elder, but it had a super fast speed, which allowed it to keep the fourth elder occupied. The fight between the five of them and the beast had nothing to do with Yi Chun and the other two. Lu Hanshan sighed and said, "The Ghost Corpse Mountain couldn't wait any longer. It seems that the ghost artist's recovery time is getting closer and closer." The ghost artist, Yi Chun and Su Jing both looked at Lu Hanshan. Lu Hanshan explained, "Once upon a time, there was a powerful martial institution in the South Shui region called the Nine Ghost Cult. The Nine Ghost Cult had 108 ghost warriors under its leadership, and the ghost artist was one of them. Later on, the Nine Ghost Cult became more and more ambitious. They wanted to unify the entire South Shui region and enslave all the other martial institutions. As a last resort, all the other martial institutions joined hands and started a war against the Nine Ghost Cult, which lasted for years. 20 years ago, the Nine Ghost cult was finally wiped out. All the powerful martial artists of the Nine Ghost cult were either killed or escaped. The ghost artist's injury should have been caused by that time. How could such a thing happen? Yichen had never heard anything about the Nine Ghost cult. Of course, this had something to do with his experience. Many people in the martial world might have heard about it. However, this Nine Ghost cult was way too powerful. It was able to fight against all the martial institutions in the South Shore region by itself. It must be at least rank 5. Yichen was shocked. Su Jing asked, "How is the ghost artist's power?" Lu Hanshan gave a bitter smile and responded he was at the late astral reaching realm when he was at his peak, and now he should be at the early astral reaching realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to wipe out the evil Earth martial school in one night. Hearing him, both Su Jing and Yichen gasped silently. A late astral reaching realm martial artist. A martial artist at this level could easily destroy 1,000 Zhangtal mountain with a single move, while a clasping yuan realm martial artist could only destroy 100-meter tall mountain. The two of them were not even on the same level. If the ghost artist recovered his full power, not to mention a single martial institution, even if all 5 of the top martial institutions joined hands, they might not be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. The power gap between them was way too huge and couldn't be made up by numbers. Heavenly Ghost Seal. Purple Light Finger. High up in the air, a hill-sized, gray-black Shun Qi hand clashed against a thin and long beam of purple light. The air was instantly pushed apart like waves, and the aftermath of the collision was powerful enough to kill an ordinary early clasping yuan realm martial artist. As for condensing reality realm martial artists, they would all be killed. Right at this moment, Yichen sensed a slight swishing sound coming from all directions. Someone is coming. The 3 of them stood on top of a mountain and looked down. Soon, they saw hundreds of black dots gathering towards this mountain at an extremely high speed. "Let's fight." Lu Hanshan seemed to be very calm. After about 10 blinks of an eye, the first man in black appeared on top of the mountain. His Zhen Qi vibration was very strong. He was an early clasping yuan realm martial artist. "Kill." He gave a vicious grin, then rushed towards the 3 of them without any hesitation. Lu Hanshan shook his head, flicked his wrist, and threw out a silver iron bomb, which swished across the air and bumped against the protective Zhen Qi of the man in black. Boom! A scorching silver lightning bolt burst out, and the man in black was instantly blown into pieces, leaving a 10-meter deep pit on the ground. Yichen popped out his eyes. Silver Light Thunderbolt Bomb is way too powerful. An early clasping yuan realm martial artist didn't even have a chance to fight back before he was blown into pieces. In other words, with a few Silver Light Thunderbolt bombs, an early clasping yuan realm martial artist could be killed within a second. Lu Hanshan said coldly, "We don't have many Silver Light Thunderbolt bombs. After we kill the more powerful ones, we'll take care of the rest." That's exactly what I wanted. Su Jing was already itching to join the fight. Soon, another 2 men in black rushed up. They were also early clasping yuan realm martial artists. After all, only those with higher cultivation could fly in the front, while those with lower cultivation stayed behind. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds of the Silver Light Thunderbolt bombs rose one after another, except for 1 man in black who was quick enough to dodge. All the other men in black had the same ending. They all died without even leaving a complete corpse. The man in black who had dodged was also hit by the aftermath of the explosion of the Silver Light Thunderbolt bomb and lost one of his legs. Great Monument Heavenly King Fist. Lu Hanshan's eyes shone brightly as he threw out a punch. The gigantic Zhen Qi fist gripped the purple monument and crushed that badly wounded man in black to death. blood, mist spread out in the air. At this moment, Lu Hanshan's killing intent was completely released. He was no longer as gentle as before. He now looked like a god of slaughter. One after another, the other men in black rushed up the mountain. Pop! Pop! Two fiery halos appeared behind Su Jing's head. She stomped on the ground and cracked it open. With each punch, she killed two late condensing reality realm men in black. Yichen wasn't slow either. He performed the sky cloud sword art together with the sword intent. His thick sword chi was almost like a cutting machine. Wherever the sword chi reached, the men in black would be cut in half, their intestines and internal organs spilled out, then turned into blood mist by the aftermath of the sword chi. Little brat, you're courting death. Two peak level late condensing reality realm men in black robes flashed and surrounded Yichen. They were much more powerful than ordinary men in black robes. They were no weaker than the number one inner disciple of the Emerald Martial Palace, Chungjun. But of course, after reaching the late condensing reality realm, Yichen didn't see these men as weak opponents anymore. He didn't say a word. Instead, he used the sky cloud sword art together with the crane shadow steps and dashed between the two men like a misty cloud. Puff! Puff! Two men's heads suddenly flew into the air. Blood gushed out from their necks. Kill! 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 More and more men in black robes appeared on the mountain. Among them were ordinary men in black robes. Some were as powerful as Chungjun. There were even one or two child-to-be level men in black robes. Fortunately, all of the clasping Yuan realm men in black robes had been killed by Lu Hanshan's silver light thunderbolt bombs. Otherwise, even if the three of them managed to resist for a while, they wouldn't be able to survive. Top heaven! Facing the great pressure, Su Jing finally burst out her hidden power. She activated the 9th level of the golden 3-realm art, and a dazzling fiery halo appeared behind her head. It was half the size of a human, shining with a golden light, making her look like a female warrior from the ancient times. 3 men in black robes, who wanted to sneakily attack Su Jing, didn't even have the time to react before they were killed by Su Jing's fierce fist power. Their backs even exploded. The power of the 9th level of the golden 3-realm art was unimaginably powerful. Lu Hanshan had also activated the extreme purple art to the 9th level. A stream of purple chi appeared behind his back, extending into the air like a bridge, increasing his fighting power. At this moment, he launched the great monument Heavenly King Fist, which made him almost invincible. Wherever he went, all the men in black robes would be killed without being able to fight back. Even a child-to-be level man in black robes was knocked back by Lu Hanshan's 3 punches. Yi Chen's Zhenqi cultivation was not as good as the other two, but he had the pure jade body-boosting spell. Half a month ago, he had already reached the 5th level of the spell, the golden jade body. With only the defensive power of his body, even those child-to-be level men in black robes would not be able to hurt him. However, he still felt that it was not enough, so he activated the pure Junjin Qi to protect himself, which meant that he now had 2 layers of defense, one inside and one outside. Chapter 135. Puff! One of the black-clothed men held a long blade and hacked on the protective Qi layer, causing the protective Qi layer to dim down. Yichen didn't even turn his head around. He only swung the hidden cloud sword backwards. The sword Qi, released from the sword, immediately cut off the black-clothed man's head and sent it flying in all directions. Kill this little bastard. He has mastered the half-step sword intent. We can't let him live. Indeed, kill him. The Ghost General will definitely reward us. Maybe he will teach us even more advanced martial skills. Kill. The 3 of them had killed nearly 20 black-clothed men, but the number of black-clothed men on the mountaintop had increased. Almost every second, 2, or 3 black-clothed men would rush up to the mountaintop and join the battle. 7 or 8 of them had their eyes fixed on Yi Chun. Their eyes were shining with a gray light and filled with a strong killing intent. Corpse King Fist, 10 flashes of Ghost Shadow, Crazy Devil Blade Art, Ghost God Grab. All of the black-clothed men released waves of fierce chi, attacking towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun took a step forward, creating a few huge cracks on the ground. He raised the hidden cloud sword high with his right hand, slightly prepared himself, then swung it down. Limitless Cloud. Puff. The thick sword chi cut apart all of those fierce chi waves, but the remaining power of the sword chi didn't disappear. It flashed through the group of black-clothed men. Puff, puff, puff. The bodies of the 3 black-clothed men who were standing in the middle of the group were suddenly torn into pieces and scattered on the ground. The other black-clothed men were also affected by the sword chi. Their protective Jin chi was shattered and blood spurted out of their mouths. All devils fall. On the other side, Su Jing had used all of her Jin chi. She shook both of her fists and sent out a bright golden light. All of the black-clothed men within a 5-zhang radius started vomiting blood and fell on the ground. None of them could stand up again. Great monument suppression. Seeing more and more men in black, Luo Han's Han finally gave up on consuming his Jin Qi. Purple smoke burst out from his body while he clasped his hands together and smashed down. Instantly, a 10-meter-tall purple monument smashed down, smashing 4 men in black into pieces. A faint purple shockwave spread out and sent all the other men in black flying away, vomiting blood. High up in the sky, the eyes of the leader of the black-robed men were about to burst into flames when he saw this scene. He slapped the air with his palm, and a huge grayish-black hand of Jin Qi that was dozens of meters wide covered a small half of the mountain. It enveloped Yi Chun and the other black-robed men, wanting to kill them all. Ah, run! The black-robed men on the mountain peak felt as if their minds were being torn apart. They flew in all directions like birds and beasts. Rumble! The ground sank by 3 feet. Most of the black-clothed men failed to escape. They were smashed into blood mist by the pressure of the Zhenqi giant hand, and not even their bones were left. Yi Chun and the other 2 were bleeding from their 7 apertures. They were overwhelmed with shock. This palm strike was launched from over 1,000 meters away. Before it even landed, they were already unable to withstand it. If it had landed, they would have died. At this moment, Lu Han's Han roared out in anger. Break! A Longan-sized crystal ball appeared in his hand. It was completely transparent and contained a bright red light. At first glance, one would even think that the crystal ball was blue. Being injected with his Jun Qi, the crystal ball was shattered. In the next moment, the red light dazzled and formed a 1-foot-thick, semicircular light shield around the 3 of them. Streams of air had been rotating inside the shield. Boom! The gigantic Jun Qi giant hand pressed on the light shield, causing a creaking noise. It seemed that the light shield would shatter at any moment and turn the 3 of them into meat paste. However, the light shield eventually lasted and gradually destroyed the gigantic Jun Qi giant hand. What is this? A strange look flashed across Yi Chen's eyes. The Longan-sized red crystal ball taken out by Lu Han's Han was almost exactly the same as his blue crystal ball, except for its color. His blue crystal ball was given to him by Yi Hai. Could it be that the red crystal ball and the blue crystal ball had the same origin, and both of them had the effect of shattering the light shield? What was the name of the crystal ball? Did Yi Hai know about its effect? All of a sudden, many thoughts flashed across Yi Chen's mind, but he didn't ask Lu Han's Han about it. Seeing that his attack did not kill the 3 of them, a shocked expression flashed across the middle-aged man's face. with his late clasping Yuan realm cultivation. Even from 1,000 meters away, he could easily kill 3 early clasping Yuan realm martial artists with a single attack, not to mention 3 late condensing reality realm martial artists. However, that layer of light shield that appeared later was way too powerful. It had forcibly destroyed the huge Zhenqi palm, making him fail. Purple light paradise. The head elder was still scared. If he had been killed by the mysterious man just now, he wouldn't even know how to explain to the leader of the school. Fortunately, Lu Hanshan had quite a lot of treasures with him, which helped him survive. Thinking of this, the head elder activated his Zhenqi and shot out a purple beam of light. The middle-aged man in black robes paused slightly, but fortunately, he reacted fast enough. He moved his body 3 feet to the side and dodged that purple beam of light. Puff! A thumb-sized hole appeared on the mountaintop, which was immeasurably deep. 90% of the power of the light shield had been consumed when it was fighting against the gigantic Zhenqi giant hand. After a while, the light shield became thinner and thinner, turning into pure Yuan Qi and merging with the air. Lu Hanshan wiped the sweat off his forehead. What happened just now was way too dangerous. Fortunately, Luo Xinglia had given him a Yuan light ball before he came here. Yuan light ball was found in a part of the ruins of a super powerful rank 5 martial institution, the puppet school, which was located 5,000 years ago, along with the method of making wooden puppets. Are you all right? Lu Hanshan turned around and asked. Yichen had a strong body. That palm attack had only squeezed out wisps of blood from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, but hadn't injured him at all. Su Jing was protected by the Golden 3 Realm Art, so she was also fine. That's good. Looking around, Yichen found that only a few of those men in black robes were still alive. Most of them had been smashed to death by the middle-aged man in black robes in the air. Of course, this was the best outcome for them. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome to kill them all. After all, they were only late condensing reality realm warriors, and their Zhenqi was very limited. They could still fight for a short period of time, but if they fought for a long period of time, they would have problems. They did have some Zhenqi replenishing pills, and they had already taken quite a few of them. If they continued to take more, their Zhenqi would be greatly reduced, and it would also easily cause the Zhenqi to be mixed up. Therefore, they shouldn't take too many pills within a day. After killing the rest of the men in black robes, the 3 of them each took out a low-rank soul stone and started absorbing the Yuan Qi contained in it to replenish their own Zhenqi. Ka! The fight between the Wind Vulture and the man in black robes was very fast, mainly because of the Wind Vulture's fast speed. The Wind Vulture circled around the man in black robes, trying to tear him apart with its claws. The man in black robes was able to deal with all kinds of attacks by remaining calm, and whenever he found a flaw, he would launch a thick blade Qi, which nearly injured the Wind Vulture. No, this Wind Vulture is way too fast. By the time I launch my blade attack, it would have already increased the distance between us. If we keep fighting like this, we won't be able to finish it within a short period of time. The man in black robes had already seen what was happening on the mountain, and he knew that he had to make a decision. The blade Qi attack failed again, and a fierce look flashed across the man's face. He stared at the Wind Vulture and stood still in the air. The Wind Vulture flashed in the air for a few times, and after a few turns, it jumped towards the man from the left. It was as fast as a lightning bolt, and its speed was almost as fast as the speed of sound. Puff! This time, it was much easier than before. The Wind Vulture easily broke the man's protective Zhenqi, and the sharp tip of its claws had already pierced into the man's body. The man in black robes was about to be torn into pieces. Die! The man in black robes turned his body sideways and launched a blade attack on the Wind Vulture's body. Blood splashed down like a rain of blood. The wind vulture screamed in pain and fell down. Hee hee, today is the day you die. The man in black robes didn't even have the time to launch another blade attack. Instead, he released his Zhen Qi and arrived on the mountaintop within a few blinks of an eye. Great monument suppression. Shocking cloud, limitless. All devils fall. A gigantic purple monument, a thick stream of sword qi, and a dazzling golden light. All three attacked towards the man in black robes simultaneously. It was Yi Chun and the other two who had launched the attack. The moment they launched the attack, they quickly stepped back. It's useless. The man in black robes slightly waved his long blade, and the purple monument was broken into pieces. The sword qi was shattered, and the golden light dissipated. The man in black robes didn't even have the slightest power to fight back. However, this was all part of their plan. Not knowing when 4 silver iron balls appeared around the man in black robes. Each of these silver balls had a faintly discernible thread of Zhen Qi connected to Lu Hanshan's body. Boom! Along with Lu Hanshan's growl. For silver lightning bolts dazzled simultaneously and wrapped the man in black robes up, eventually forming a gigantic silver lightning ball. The lightning ball was thickly covered with silver snakes, letting out a sizzling noise. Even from a long distance away, Yi Chun could feel his fine hair standing straight up and his scalp going numb. It turned out that Lu Hanshan had already thrown 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs on the mountaintop, forming a large square formation. Afterwards, he and the other two were also in the middle of the square formation. In case someone attacked, they could retreat in time and launch a fatal attack. However, they didn't expect that the man in black robes would attack first. This man was slightly weaker than the other two. He was at the peak of the mid-clasping Yuan realm. His opponent was the Wind Vulture. Except for its great speed, it obviously couldn't do any harm to the man in black robes. Instead, it was set up by the man in black robes and was badly injured, falling down from the mountaintop. Silver light thunderbolt bombs can kill peak-level early condensing reality realm martial artists and injure mid-condensing reality realm martial artists. Although I've set up 4 of them, they are still too far away. I don't think they will be able to kill him. I should be careful. Lu Hanshan looked very cautious. He had already used up the last 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs. If they still couldn't kill the man in black robes, then he would have to risk his life. His Zhen Qi surged out of his body. He was ready for a great fight. The 3 fiery rings behind Su Jing's head grew even brighter, and her eyes looked even sharper. At the same time, Yi Chun had already concentrated all of his power and qi into a single point. He was planning to launch a fatal attack on the man, with the heart refining. He believed that the man in black robes wouldn't be injured by the explosion of 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs. As long as the man was injured, Yi Chen's heart refining would definitely be able to further injure him, maybe even kill him with a single attack. Pop! The silver lightning ball shattered, revealing the man in black robes. His entire body was scorched black. The color of his skin could no longer be seen. Cyan smoke was still rising from some of the large wounds on his body, along with the smell of grilled meat. Bastard, I want you to die, without a proper burial. The man in black robes slightly moved his body. Then he tried to spurt out blood from his mouth, but the blood seemed to have been evaporated by the electric current. Only a puff of white smoke came out. He raised his head and stared at the 3 people with his devil-like blood-red eyes. Chapter 136. Puff. The first one to launch the attack was Yi Chun. He wielded his sword and released a thick stream of sword qi, which transformed into a beam of white light and instantly hit the assassin's body. However, this sword attack only left a bone-deep mark on the assassin's body, but failed to penetrate deep. A layer of blood-red light emerged from under the assassin's skin, which not only blocked the sword chi from penetrating into his body, but also destroyed the sword chi in a flash. Then came Su Jing's devil-suppressing fist power. The dazzling golden light struck on that layer of blood-red light like a waterfall, causing muffled popping noises. East-rising purple chi, great monument suppression. The bridge-like purple mist poured into his body. Lu Hanshan growled out, clasped his hands together, and smashed towards the assassin. Instantly, the gigantic monument, which was shining with a purple light, suddenly pressed down, seeming to shatter the blood-red light and shatter the assassin into pieces. Bang! However, the purple monument was the one that shattered in the end. The black-clothed swordsman's scorched skin started to crack, and a bloody light came out from the cracks. It was rich and red like the magma underground. It was abnormally eye-catching. The purple steel was hit by the bloody light and immediately melted, turning into pure yuan qi. At this moment, two beams of blood-red light darted out from the assassin's eyes. He grinned viciously and said, "Let's die together." The blood devil body separating magic. Rumble! The thunderous sound was not made by the assassin. Instead, it was the sound of the mountain collapsing. It turned out that after the explosion of the 4 silver light thunderbolt bombs, the area where the assassin was standing was already showing signs of breaking. Then, after being struck by the sword chi, the fist power, and the purple monument, the mountain finally broke, falling down the mountain along with the assassin, disappearing within a blink of an eye. In the next moment, a thunderous sound came out, and the mountain, which was supposed to be stable, tilted to one side. Obviously, it was broken by the assassin's self-explosion. How powerful was that? Fortunately, all 3 of them knew how to fly for a short period of time, so they leapt up into the air. The 3 of them looked down. The mountain had collapsed, the airflow was chaotic, and countless broken rocks had completely buried the assassin, forming a small hill-sized pile of rocks. So dangerous! I didn't think that he had also learned the blood devil's blood devil body separating magic. Lu Hanshan was still a little scared. Yichen said, Taoist Master Blood Demon is also one of the ghost generals of the 9 evil cult. Indeed, Master Blood Demon is ranked even higher than Corpse Man among the 108 ghost warriors of the 9 ghost cult. 50 years ago, he was a core disciple of the Evil Blood Martial School. Later on, he left the Evil Blood Martial School and joined the 9 ghost cult. His power is world-shaking, and he is called Master Blood Demon. Yi Chun had already become numb to the power of the 9 ghost cult. Just 108 ghost warriors were already this powerful, so there must be even more powerful leaders above them. However, he did not know how many of them had died, and how many of them had survived. He also did not know if those who had survived were like the Corpse Man trying to make a comeback. Retreat. Seeing that the black-clothed bladesman was dead, the black-clothed leader knew that he could not do anything to the Flowing Cloud sect. He knocked back the first elder with a palm strike and shouted coldly at another person. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 of them were extremely powerful. Although they couldn't defeat the first elder and the 4th elder, it was still very easy for them to escape. In the blink of an eye, they were already several miles away. The 4th elder was about to give chase, but was stopped by the first elder. Don't chase a cornered enemy, not to mention that even if you catch up with them, you won't be able to do anything to them. Great, these 2 should be the top-grade ghost guards of the Ghost Corpse Mountain, right? The 4th elder had been fighting for a long time. His blood was boiling. He couldn't wait to start another fight. The first elder said, "On the 8th of August, there will be a lot of fights. I'm just afraid that you might get bored." How come? The 2 of them flashed across the air and arrived next to Yi Chun and the other 2, seeing the 3 of them safe and sound. The first elder let out a sigh of relief, nodded, and said, Not bad, being able to survive such a dangerous fight. When we go back, we will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Lu Han asked, First Elder, what is going on? Is the Ghost Corpse Mountain preparing to launch an attack on those top-grade institutions? The First Elder said, Not yet. I think they are just trying to weaken the powers of those institutions. However, we don't know how long this situation can last. Perhaps in 1 or 2 years, the Corpse Man will be able to recover his peak power, and that will be the time when the war starts. 1 or 2 years, it's too urgent. Lu Han frowned. The fourth elder grinned and said, Even if the sky falls down, there will always be someone taller to hold it up. The Emerald Martial Palace is even more anxious than us. Not to mention, no matter how powerful the Ghost Corpse Mountain is, we don't have to be afraid of them. Every top-grade institution has a great elder who is in a life-or-death training. Once the institution faces a crisis, they will definitely come out. Great elder! Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Judging from the fourth elder's tone, he seemed to be even more powerful than the leader of the institution. Wasn't that an astral-reaching realm martial artist? No wonder the Ghost Corpse Man didn't dare to offend the 5 top-grade institutions, and was even hiding in the shadows. He must be afraid that the great elders of those top-grade institutions would come and hunt him down. The few of them didn't forget about the Wind Vulture. They started to search for it together. Next to a pile of rocks, the Wind Vulture was lying on the ground, with a horrifying blade wound on its body. It was bleeding profusely. At the moment, it was trying to stand up, but the wound was way too severe. The head elder sighed. He took out tens of bottles of medicine from his storage ring, unplugged the corks, and activated his zhenqi. He mixed the bottles of medicine together and sprinkled them evenly on the Wind Vulture's wound. Visibly, the bleeding stopped, and the flesh and blood began to wriggle as if they were going to merge together. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's find a place to settle down first. The institution will send another Wind Vulture to pick us up. While talking, the storage ring on the head elder's finger flashed with a dim light, and a wooden crow appeared in his hand. The crow was made from hundreds of pieces of black wood and looked very lifelike. Its eyeballs were like soybean-sized gems, shining brightly. Crack! The head elder pressed some kind of button, and a hole appeared on the crow's belly, which seemed to be a groove. A milky white soul stone was stuffed into the crow's belly by the head elder. If Yichen guessed it right, this must be a precious mid-rank soul stone, which was equal to 50 low-rank soul stones. The wooden crow's eyes shone with a red light. It flapped its wings and flew towards the Sky Cloud Martial School. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, the head elder smiled and explained, This is a puppet crow, one of the creations of the Puppet Martial School, which was a rank 5 institution 5,000 years ago. It can travel over 30,000 miles a day, only a little bit slower than the Wind Vulture. Its power source is soul stones, but they must be mid-rank soul stones. Low-rank soul stones can't support it for long. Can it know the way? Yichen asked. The head elder shook his head and responded, This is confidential. I can't tell you. The group of people settled down in a city thousands of miles away. 3 days and 4 nights later, people from the Sky Cloud Martial School arrived, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. A large group of inner elders rode on 4 Wind Vultures. They boarded the Wind Vultures and headed for the Sky Cloud Martial School that very night. Under the waterfall, a man was sitting on a huge rock with his legs crossed. The man's upper body was naked, and his muscular back was as straight as a sword, full of indescribable sharpness. No matter how hard the waterfall slammed on his back, it couldn't make him bend even a little bit. Rumble! The sound of the waterfall seemed to be getting louder and louder. It even resounded for miles. Right at this moment, the man raised his right arm. He didn't seem to use much of his strength, but the waterfall suddenly rose up into the sky, forming a huge water sword, shining with a colorful light under the sunlight. It was dazzling. Go! With a cold shout, the huge water sword pierced towards the mountain next to him. Crack! A huge hole was created on the solid mountain, and the huge water sword also shattered into pieces, turning back into water and gushing out of the hole. Phew! The man slowly let out a breath, turned around, and stood up. It was Yi Chun. He smiled. It had been a couple of days since he had returned to the Sky Cloud Martial School. During these days, he didn't do anything but cultivate under the waterfall. Today, he had finally made a breakthrough. Originally, with his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to turn a waterfall into a huge water sword. He would need to be at least a clasping yuan realm martial artist to do so, because only clasping yuan realm martial artists could have such a great amount of zhenqi. However, with the help of his half-step sword intent, which was infinitely close to the sword intent, he had succeeded. After a while, the smile on Yi Chen's face disappeared, and he let out a long sigh. Learning the sword intent is way more difficult than I thought. Without any opportunities, I would probably be stuck in this level for a long time. I really don't know how I can learn it. Yi Chen could almost feel the existence of the sword intent. It was like a great sword in the room, and all he needed to do was to open the door curtain slightly. Then he would be able to go in and take the sword out for his own use. However, although he could see the existence of the curtain and the great sword, he felt like he was in a dream, as he could not touch the curtain at all. Every time he tried to touch the curtain, he would only touch the air. The more impatient he was, the harder it would be to touch it. Sometimes Yi Chen even thought that it was an illusion and that he was not actually close to the sword intent. However, he denied it. Although the mirror flower water moon was an illusion, there was no real flower and moon. So how could it be real? Although he couldn't learn the sword intent, Yi Chen wasn't disappointed. Some things couldn't be begged for. When the time was right, it would naturally appear in front of him. Of course, other than the problem of the sword intent, everything else went smoothly. In these few days, Yi Chen had not only stabilized his late condensing reality realm cultivation, he had also completely digested all the experience he had gained in the past few days and turned it into his own fighting power. The Sky Cloud Sword art, the Tyrant Fist art, and the Crane Shadow Steps, these three martial arts that he had been using for a long time, had been upgraded to the next level. He could now use them as he pleased, without any restrictions. Now, even if Yi Chen didn't use the one sword art, he could still fight against Sherpa Tian, who had trained two powerful martial arts. This was undoubtedly a huge improvement. Sherpa Tian was a well-known child-level martial artist. Being able to fight against him meant that Yi Chen's pure power had also reached the child level. He was almost at the peak of the young generation in the Windy Nation. If he used the one sword art, perhaps only young Master North Snow, young Master Duanmu, and Fast Blade Lynch would be able to compete with him. Of course, it would be best if he didn't use the one sword art. After all, his own power was the most important thing.